children crying for starvation, just don't spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, don't spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, don't spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, don't spoon. Don't spoon. Don't spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, don't spoon. Don't spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, don't spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon. Don't spoon. You want to get a news update, don't spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV, Spoon Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEOs, band coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Moravia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepan, gradually, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV, Spoon.
Yes,
Spoon TV, Spoon Spoon TV, Spoon Entertainment.
And I tell you, Spoon FM, Spoon TV is just where you uh get all your information every time. Of course, authentic information about all of the major happenings across Liberia. I'd like to say welcome to another fascinating edition of the program, Spoon Talk. This is Liberia's most followed talk show on radio and online. This is where you get to interact with the newsmakers. This is where the newsmakers get to break the news every time on this platform. Of course, we are live on Spoon 107.5 FM. We're live on Fabric 101.1 FM. We're live on Super 95.5 FM as well. That's for the Spoon Network. There are a couple of radio stations across the country that are always relaying the Spoon Talk. And I want to recognize a few of them. Punch FM 106.7 is always relaying Spoon Talk. Thanks for joining us. In case you are joining us via Punch FM. And we're also being relayed on Gibi FM in Margibi County. That's Kakata, Margibi County, 90.9 FM. Thanks to the team there for being a part of the joining. Punch FM, sorry, that's a Premium FM in Bangabon County, and that of Trust FM in Bomi County. We're being relayed on several radio stations in Nimba County and other stations as well. We want to say thanks to the entire team. Online, we're streaming on YouTube. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk Live. Of course, those of you joining us via the YouTube handle, I want to say thanks for joining us tonight. We're also live on Facebook. You can find us on Spoon TV. We're live on Fabric TV, and we're live on Super TV as well. So welcome to the show tonight. This is Spoon Talk. It's heavily loaded with lots of information that the team have been able to search out or dig out for you to make sure that you're informed as you go about doing what you do. So welcome again. My name is Nelson Colen. I just like to move in and bring my colleague Trokon Flaman. Trokon, welcome. It's good to have you on tonight.
Nelson, good evening. Good evening to everyone following, especially those who are following through radio and through the social media. I'd like to welcome them.
Okay. All right. So, folks, we're here tonight, and this is how we like to kickstart the show. We are going to bring you up to speed with some of the happenings in the country, and then open the lines to have you talk about those different issues of concern. And then after that, Mr. Dwalu, the CEO, and the rest of the team will be joining us here tonight. But just before I turn over to Chokon Flaman, a lot of you are aware that by law, according to something called the Code of Conduct for public officials in our country, 5.2 of the Code of Conduct talks about the whole idea of public officials declaring their assets on different conditions. So the first one is upon their entry to government, every single official of government is supposed to declare their assets. So especially for the executive, so you're supposed to tell the Liberian people how much, what's your worth, how much are you entering government with, all right? And and all of those people are to declare their asset at the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, the LACC, of course. And then when you're in government and you're promoted, you're also required to declare your asset, to tell the Liberian people as to how much exactly you're leaving position X to position Y with. What is your net worth? How much do you have in as asset? So you're supposed to declare that when you're promoted. And then when you're exiting government, you're also required by the Liberian law. I'm talking about the Code of Conduct for Public Officials in Liberia, section 5.2. you're required by that law to say exactly to the Liberian people how much is it that you're exiting government with. And so we're about to see another inauguration. All the officials of the Unity Party administration, those who will be entering in government, are expected to be doing same, and those who are exiting government are expected to be doing it at this particular time. And so the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission came up with a listing. As a matter of fact, the first listing of appointed existing government officials who are now out or who are going out of government. Some of them have been able to do this, do the needful, and say exactly to the Liberian people what their assets are. All right. So, and I see a lot of them here. A lot of them here. Samuel D. Twe, the finance minister, is one person whose name I see on the top of the list of government officials who have declared their assets.
By
And
ministry, Nelson.
come again?
Is there by ministry?
Yeah,
You see
the ministry. Yeah, so by ministry, the finance minister, as you know, he's the head of the Ministry of Finance. He has declared his asset. And you move to the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission, the LACC.
You can also say
Have
Samora
already
Wolokoli.
declared. Yeah, Samara Wolokoli is second. What? No, he's not second. Yeah, he's second on the
He's
list.
second.
And I see lots of other officials of government that have declared their asset at the Ministry of Finance. Now you go to the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. The entire listing here, they are all compliant. Alexandra K. Zoe, the head of the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. And then you move on to other entities like the National Port Authority, NPA. Diana Nebo is non-compliant. Her name is in red. She hasn't declared her asset as per the first official listing coming from the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission. And so there are lots of other ministries. One of the areas where, according to this listing, lots of officials are yet to declare their assets is the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs, and Tourism. So Ledger Hureni has done so. Jalawa Tumpo, the Deputy Minister for Information, Press and Public Affairs, have done so. And a few of them, but the rest, you talked about Daniel Luz Thomas. He's not done so. And a lot of them. Kwame Weeks has not declared his asset. And a lot of them, from Lena. And a lot of them have not declared their assets. So the the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission have come up with this listing. It's a very interesting one. Liberians, so that Liberians will have an idea of the compliant officials of government. But one key thing about this listing, Trocon, is that it doesn't say what the assets of those officials of government are. Of course, if you want to know that, then you can go through the process. There's a whole process leading to you getting to know exactly what the assets of those officials of government are. But again, it is optional. Alternatively, those officials of government can decide to make their assets public, but it's not mandatory. It's not required by law. But yes, we saw Darius Dillon, for example, he declared his asset. He made it known. He published it. He told the Liberian people how much he had in his account. But we didn't get to see that with President George Weah, for example. When he was engaged on that, he said he needs to be protected, his case, and there were other family reasons or domestic reasons provided by President George Weah, for which he did not make his asset public, which is not mandatory. He was in no breach of the law. It's just that expediency sometimes becomes the argument when it comes to that. So asset declaration and the listing from the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission is one of the key things that has made it up to the news. Chokon, you want to come in with any updates from your end just before we go to the
Yes, quickly, Nelson. Maybe we can talk about this. The explosion to Tututa
okay
was a very terrible one, and the Liberian government has been struggling to provide medication and and cater to the victims. But the World Bank was able to today provide 450,000 to enhance the government own capacity to do that. The World Bank provided the 450,000 through the Liberian government to do that, to be able to cater to medication and some of those key areas, especially families who were affected from that disaster in
Okay.
Total. Then the next thing is Nelson. The reports that the Front Page Africa carried a story. Aside from that, our legislative reporter also reported that the vice president of Liberia, Madam Joel Howard Taylor, the turnover note that she did yesterday with the vice
Vice President
president
elect.
elect,
Okay.
absolutely there was nothing stated like any financial statement like the former vice president did. Ambassador Joseph Wakai, who was living at the time, and his turnover note was presented to her with about half a million United States dollars. But for her, she didn't leave anything for the vice president elect. So it's a serious issue. We will keep talking about that.
Yeah,
And I think
and
we
I've come
can
across that as well. I've seen some reactions to that. There are different analyses that people are making with respect to that particular information. Well, a lot of people think that yes, after 6 years, there shouldn't be a quote unquote empty coffers coming from the sitting vice president to the incoming vice president, considering the fact that the current the former vice president, who is now president elect of the country, Ambassador Joseph Yuma Boakai, did not leave an empty cupboard. So it was just prudent
And especially
anticipated by a lot of Liberians that she would have, at least managed that cover well. That when she's turning over, at least there's something there for whoever is taking over to start with.
And Nelson, under the administration of President, we are the budget year now is a calendar year, not like during the time of former Vice President Joseph Wakai, where they were running fiscal year.
Yeah.
This year, just imagine the budget year in the 31st of December. So
yeah.
imagine from 31st up to now, everything disappeared from the covers.
Yeah,
It's just something to
and
talk about.
that's a very important point there. Talking about the fiscal year, the change, the shift, from just being the fiscal year to a calendar year. So back then it was from June to July, right? From June in from June this year to July of next year, it was the budget year. But yes, there was some change. So there were some changes made, and I listened to the finance minister say that it was prudent so as to meet up with the current realities with respect to what other countries are doing when it comes to their own budget year and all of that. So yeah, and that's a very good argument there. On the other hand, but Trokum, we have to take few calls. I see Mr. Dwalu is already in the background. You have another update you want to throw in just before we go to take some calls?
I think we can go to the calls. We can go to the calls, Nelson, as we move on today on the program.
Okay, so yes, I want you to now put forward your calls. Call us up. The number to call is 0555 It's about time that you talk about whatever that issue is on your mind. Express yourselves now by calling 0555 or you can also call the WhatsApp number that's on the screen, and you'll be live on the program tonight. Let's take our first call. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from.
Good evening, Procom.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you.
Happy New Year.
Yeah, go ahead. You're live.
Thank you. My name is Pony. I'm popularly known as Irresistible Pony Jr.
Okay.
and I speak from the Bourgeois Island this evening.
Yeah, go ahead.
I like to start by appreciating you guys. I think the analysis is comprehensive, and I like the education for the public. Net worth as it relates to the asset declaration, your declaration, your net worth, your exiting. The unfortunate part of this, which you say it is by law, and we'll have to revisit that law, is that how do you declare and you can publish, you can disclose? What is
It's by law.
claim? That's the unfortunate, that's what they don't want to do. So we're asking those who supported President Bwaka, President Light, is that you should declare and disclose.
Thank
You
you.
are accountable to the public, Procon. We the one elected you. I can Procon, official Procon declare, and we do know who are you reporting to. It is us.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Let's go you there and take another person on the line. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from? Hello.
Hello, can you hear me? That's it.
Okay, yeah, you're live on the show. Let's hear you. Your name and where you call from.
Thank you.
sir.
My name is Mo Katama, calling from United Kingdom. I just have a few minutes to be on this show tonight anyway.
Okay.
What I want to say here is this lady here, Joa Howard Taylor.
Mhm.
You know, this lady, she is a corrupt and notorious criminal. This lady must be prosecuted.
Mo Ketamba, you know,
Yeah.
I want you to tone down a little. You know, she's our sitting vice president. You know, so the choice of words sometimes is very harsh. So I would appreciate if you were to tone down a little on that. Yeah.
Yeah, because they are civil servants. Nelson, these people, they are our civil servants, and they have, you know, we the citizens have the right, you know, to speak out whatever, you know, goes wrong, you know. So this is why I'm just speaking. Anyway, thank you for your advice. But, you know, this lady, I want the incoming government to really, you know, bring this woman to justice. You know, she has done a lot of horrible things to this country than good. She's
Wow.
morally corrupt. That's a fact.
Wow.
So that's what I have to say because I don't have time now to, you know, wait on your show. So that's it. That's
Thank
what
you.
I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for your contribution. We appreciate you a whole lot. Let's take another person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you call from.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, let's hear you.
Yeah, my name is Mo Bobo calling from Moderator District number 4,
Yeah, Mo,
Coca-Cola Factory.
go ahead, sir.
Yeah, you know, my talking point going to one of our representatives from Bonte District number 3,
Okay.
Marvin Cole.
Yeah, what's your
You
issue?
see, he was saying that Jesus was taking demons from other people and he was beating someone in Boncante there. He said that he was taking the demon from out of the person. And he the same person
No,
that saying,
Wait. I want to understand that issue. You said the lawmaker was taking demon out of somebody.
yeah, he beat someone. Boncante there, he said that demon was out of the
Only
person.
campaign.
So
Yeah.
Jesus was taking demon from out of people. So he beat that person to take demon from out of
This
them.
country.
But he made a statement yesterday. That statement I'm going to.
Okay, go to the statement, sir.
Yeah, he said that even God that in heaven, when we're going to heaven, God tell him say you must vote for whom. He will not wait. He had to vote for a candidate. Let you know. We the people of Boncante and some of our citizens elected him.
Mhm.
He must not be making mockery out of our people. God is not someone who wants to mock or to even compare him with any other living creature.
Okay.
That is my point. Power can make people drunk. He must not be saying that thing that the people should be insulting we the fellow people.
Thank you,
I
sir.
advise him to stop that.
Thank you. Mr. Dwalu, I want to say welcome to the show, sir. It's good to have you on.
Welcome.
Let's go ahead and take another person here. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from.
Yeah, my name is Sam Doko, and I'm calling specifically to have some information on the Glorious Cow case.
Okay.
Yeah, and my question is that there were two pathologists filing the reports, and one pathologist from the government side,
Yeah.
which is that Tokuni, in his report said there was no male chromosome
Yeah.
present on Shalamusu.
Mhm.
And then the defendant brought in the second pathologist for that side.
Yeah.
And he said there was a Y, there was a male chromosome, there was a male DNA present on the deceased. And this was present on the left hand of the deceased.
Mhm.
And he even stressed out that the DNA was the left hand of the perpetrators. But I want to ask, why did the judge did not look into the two pathologists' reports and he rendered his judgment? So it wasn't
Okay.
a waste of time from the pathologist? Because here in America, when you have a murder case, the judges look keenly at the pathologist report, the forensic investigation report, help the judges to make decisions. So why it wasn't seen in this case? Thank you.
Thank you. I may not be an authority on this one, but what I know about this is that the entire case was a jury trial that went on in that particular case. So in that situation, what happens is that the pieces of evidence, the pieces of information provided by both the defense and the prosecution lawyers were to basically convince the jurors. All right. That's why those people are not legal practitioners, but they are expected to be independent, and those people provide those pieces of information to them, and they are expected to make independent decisions or judgment based on how convincing the pieces of evidence are. So 11 of the 12 jurors voted for a guilty verdict, and it turned out that way. And the judge read through all of those 30, and I was there. I was at the courtroom yesterday when the judge read through all 30 witnesses' account and everything, So the judge took all of that into consideration, and I don't want it to be like maybe questioning the decision of the judge, but in his legal understanding, he did what he did. Yeah.
Yeah, so Nelson, so can you escalate my concern to the Spoon Talk Show?
Okay.
Because forensic investigation, the reports are also evidence. So they are also witness to the case, because if you have 30 witnesses, and the pathology reports are also witness to the case. This kind of forensic investigation is where the dead person speaks.
Thank you, sir.
Dead people speak through the forensic investigation. So I see in the whole case, those two pathology reports were ignored. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
To just come in, Nelson, the defense team has taken an appeal, and they are being given 1 week as per the law to file a bill of exception to be able to outline the errors. And one of the errors is what you just spoke about.
Yeah. So certainly. So let's take a few more calls. I see Mr. Dwell is already here, so we be able to turn over to him. Hello, you're live. Your name and where you calling from?
My name is Sam Brown. I'm calling from Rhode Island.
Okay, Sam,
go ahead, comfort zone. Under the weird administration, corruption has infiltrated all integrity institutions across various government sectors. Both the General Audit Commission and the Internal Audit Agency have been compromised by the regime, engaging in intensive corruption within every facet of the Weir government.
Okay.
Consequently, the institution require restructuring.
Okay.
Including the replacement of their leadership, whether team or not. So I believe that this would be the best way we can uphold transparency and accountability in the upcoming government.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Because I say that to say the institutions that we consider credible, we call integrity institutions, especially the Audit Commission and the Internal Audit. They have been massive corruption under this government, and they don't come with any report. So for that reason, we feel that the head of those institutions to be restructured.
Thank you.
and including their officials.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Dwalo, I know you want to come in, but let me just squeeze the last two. Then we turn over to you. Hello. Quickly, you're live.
Yeah,
Yes, go ahead.
thank you. Mine had to do with further my name is Gabriel.
Yeah, Gabriel, please go ahead, sir.
Thank you. You know, for me, I want people you go for to do kind of B2B for to take your not everybody can get your weekend. You got way what you can't do. You want to want to mail for the weekend, but no way. You always
Oh,
try.
you want a text line to be open? Oh, okay. So, unfortunately, we lost him. But he's saying he wants a text line to be open so that those who cannot come online, to write in the comment section, or those who cannot call, you can just write and send it to a particular number, and those text messages are read. That's what he's asking for. Mr. Dwalu, is over to you, sir.
Yeah, Trogon, Nelson, man, you guys always talking about the big issues and plenty of things in Liberia today to speak about. I listened keenly on the asset declaration issue. That asset declaration, I want the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission to state unequivocally that they've done the due diligence to verify these. And I know Liberia passed a new law. The assets cannot just be declared, they must be made public. It's not something that you have to go see. They must be made public. And some of us with these, we seek out, and it costs us to go to court to make sure these assets are declared. We know what some of these guys have before, and they have to verify. You can't just come and set up something that is not true and say, oh, now I got 15 houses, even though you've not made more than $200 a month before. Today, our social issue, I'm going to say this, Nelson, I'm probably going to get crucified, but we will talk about it today. It will be
you're getting social engagements for these social issues.
Yes, so I'm telling you. So let me recognize some of our people here first, Trokan, before we go for Melvin Toure, my girl Christina Okara Davis. How you doing, Mama? Jared Dobley out of Springfield, Massachusetts. What's going on? I see over here somebody named in Chinese or Korean. I see Mary Chien. I see Bate Bo. How you doing, Koi Si Molu? Saki Bestman, Mr. Bestman, Grace Niwa. How are you, Hayes Grace? How are you doing, Ruth Goba? Randolph Jala, Josephine Peterson. How you doing? Didesco Gue. Saki Bestman, I think I recognize you. Seata Freeman. Sita H. Herman. How are you? Romeo, my brother Sam Zoe out of Cox City. How are you doing? Doris Bengu, Philip P. Bale Sr., Christian C. Davis, Siamasa, that went by very far, Conan, I think so. Kima Batu, Lopo Ziga, my own sister Lopo Ziga, Chloe Vincent Jabba, Jackson Johnson. Over here, I got Rose Ajivon Hines. I have Demoa Cully. How are you doing, Demoa? Godfrey, Samuel M. Kamara, Zoe, I went by Verify, Lasayu Cisco, Vonnie Morris, Patrick Balawo. How are you doing, Patrick? Josiah Cooper, Bruce C. Myers, Starzy Scott. Hey, Starzy, it's been a minute. I think I did see you yesterday, actually. Wilmon Dubber, Honorable George Watkins Jr. How you doing, sir? I got Eric Benson. I got Baker Ramsey. I got Pete Cook, Mr. Cook. How you doing, Cecilia? See you. More about Timber. Patrick Balawo, Theo Gray, Lawrence Butler, A.O. White, Alexander Baba. We got V. Kruma. We got Jake Doran. We got Edison Smith, Mr. Smith. We got Kensley Bensi. We got Heron J.B. Freeman. We got Lorena Gator. How are you doing? Abdullah Masale, Mr. Masale. How you doing? Sam Wedo, Sie. Irene Saki, Manston Boyer. Patrick Dickinson, we got Findor, Martha Doki. How are you doing, Martha? George Atiba, Victor Robert that went by so fast. I got Robert Marshall, Mr. Marshall. How you doing, Ernestine William? We got Bill Carson, my own brother, Aloysius Nelson, Kimo Bayo, Sam Wedosia. I think I said your name already, Nathan Madison. Everybody, man, you're welcome to the show. Let's talk Liberia. Nelson and Trogon about to run away because it's one. It's about TD Jakes. You still want to say that?
Yeah, sitting down. I'm sitting pretty
Oh
tight.
yeah.
I see your
Oh
Mars.
yeah.
How you doing, my brother Montego?
Oh
How's
yeah.
going? My own brother, what's going on? Bana Masterquet. TD Jakes. I don't know if you guys have seen the documentary. Most people have seen the documentary already.
No, that's TV Joshua.
TB Joshua, I'm sorry. TB Joshua.
Yeah.
You guys have seen the documentary. There are actually 3 sections to the documentary. Don't just see the first one, you got to see all of them. And the focus is not what he's being accused of as a man of God. This is not my focus, because most Liberians tend to get angry when you mention something that they think they believe in. That stuff should not be spoken about. This is not my intention. What I intend to do here today is how we deify our pastors in the country. And these pastors will do to the population as they please. In fact, there are accusations that TD Joshua were actually making some of his practitioners slaves. There are videos, they're throwing cement on their hair. You know, the only men that bring women to Liberia and to Nigeria and made them throw cement on their hair, made them throw black, all that stuff. But here's the thing I want to talk about. We have people who want to build churches in Liberia. And most of the churches that are being built, they are not for an organization. They're for an individual. Trocon Flammer decides to become a pastor. He wants to build a church, and the church is for him personally, for him and his wife. It's like a personal business for them. But then what they do is, I know stories in Liberia. Yeah, TD Joshua, thanks for the correction, guys. I know stories in Liberia where, and a relative of mine was actually part of this. They made her to sing, to fill a swamp so they can build church. But then the mother ended up owning the land where they fill up the land, and then the mother built one bedroom. Then she renting it to the people. She said she hold a good mother. I know a case, there was a girl that was trying to go to the embassy. Her appointment, her visa appointment was coming up, and she paid this prayer mother to pray for her. And she gave the prayer mother $50 US. So that day I was going out, she said, "Oh, Oba, you going out with me? Give me a ride." I gave her a ride. And in the evening, when the woman ready to break her fast, she can go there. And just bring an orange or something to bring it. The woman started to break her fast around 6 o'clock. So we were driving, and luckily there was no traffic. By the time we got there around 4 o'clock, we saw the woman swallowing greater domo with syrup and butter. So the guys started crying. So, "Oh, you know, I get also, and you must know how to fast. You know how to fast." The point I'm trying to make is, God knows your heart. You know, my mind used to always say, "You ain't going to be flower. You ain't going to be flower." You can ask the pastor.
Sorry, I won't understand the other part. So the mother was actually fasting for her. The mother said she fasting for her because she coming travel.
Yeah. No, because she was going to the embassy. So to pray for her before she get to the embassy. So the mother was praying. So every evening she will go there because she knew the mother would bring a fire around 6 o'clock. When we got there like 4:22, I still remember this. 4:22, the woman swallowing syrup and butter, greater food with a big party going on top of it. So she started crying, "Mother, you're not taking my thing serious." The mother said, "You know how to fast? You know how fasting can work?" The point I'm trying to make is, we take our society and we give it to people who have not been tested. Look, I'm not talking about education here. It's true, God can call anybody. But the way we've done with religion in Liberia, especially Christianity, we make it so simple now to the point where anybody feel they can do whatever they want. And most of the women in the church, you were sending $20. You were sending $50. They will take 10% of that $50 to give it to the church. There's nothing wrong. But if you do that, make sure some of that money is going back to the society to upkeep the practitioner. Before I give it in, I want to tell another story. There was a girl in the church that I went to, and I visited the church. It's a church, I'm not going to say where, in Liberia. And when I got to the church, the girl decided to give a testimony. And the girl said, the testimony I got to give, he said, "Me and my son, we didn't have nowhere to stay. The people were living, we ran out of money. We didn't have no money. I did everything to look for money. I couldn't get no money. They were going to throw us on the street. We didn't have nothing." But luckily for me, my landlord came. The woman said, "Oh, say you've been living here for this long, she'll be cleaning the yard. Then don't pay the $15. They get rent was $15 a month, almost nothing, but it's a lot of money for a lot of people." They give the testimony to the church. Do you know what the pastor did? The pastor got up. The pastor said the money that he gets should have paid for the rent. Say the mother waive it, she want sow a seed with the money that she did not have. Instead of the pastor saying, you don't have a special offering for this girl so they can help her because she's a member of the church, they say they're going to go look for the money that she could not get and can't sow seed with it. This is not how the church is supposed to work. This is what T.D. Joshua did to people over there in Nigeria. Some people still say they don't want to believe it. I'm not going against the church, but I want the church to work for the society. This is what I'm saying. Don't be the mother and you're the only person shining. You go to the churches, the pastor alone and his wife, they're shining. They're shining. And the practitioner, you go to most of our churches now, mostly, I would say 80% women. 80% women. The men have left the church. They've left the church because they don't believe what is going on there is how it's supposed to be. So we don't want the experience of what TD just been accused of. Now, I'm not convicting the man here, but that nonsense about, oh, you can't judge men of God. That's not true. The Bible says you must judge. The Bible says you must judge. Everything in the Bible is about judgment. Thou shalt not kill, that's a judgment. Why are you judging me? Say you say thou shalt not kill, I kill somebody, you should judge me. Everything in the Bible is judgment. Thou shalt not covet the neighbor's wife. Thou shalt not do this. Everything in the Bible is judgment. Your pastor has to be a representation of the kind of Christianity you want to see in your society. That's what I'm saying. So we should not be deifying our pastors. We should respect our pastors. We should, and honor our pastors. But the pastor is just that. Don't call the pastor daddy. He's not your daddy. Don't call the pastor, oh, our pa. No, he's not your pa. Call him Pastor Brown, Pastor Cully. That's fine. He's not any kind of what do you call it? He's not man of God or this and no, don't call them men of God. That's not what the Bible says call it. They're not prophet, they're not prophetess. They're pastors, they're reverend. They have to meet the academic requirement, they have to meet the training requirement, and they have to be commissioned by somebody who's ordained to do that. Anybody can get open church. And the reason why I'm saying it is killing the society. But you're not supposed to talk about it. Dr. Francine, welcome to the show. Yeah, Joshua. I don't know why I keep seeing TD Jigs. It's TD Joshua. Sorry.
Well, great conversation. Yes, I actually finally watched the 3 episodes of TD Joshua last night because I saw everybody running with it on Facebook, and I wanted to, being that we're in the news business, I wanted to be updated. I wasn't surprised because I heard so much about him. But the amount of violence and his bias and discriminatory behavior towards women was alarming. Yeah. Was extreme. I mean, this man was raping those women. He was against white people. He was, saying that he could cure people, and was all a lie. So my only, something that I practice for myself is ask questions. This is why God gave you the ability to reason, the ability to think. This is why they made man different from animals. Even if your pastor says something, you may not want to be disrespectful towards your pastor by asking blunt questions, but in your head, you should be, every time you sit in church, whatever the pastor says, I think is questionable. It's questionable. And I do that. If I pick and choose, what I think fits for my life, and that's how I use religion. Religion is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's there to help us. And I'm actually talking because I live in a home with 2 pastors. I'm actually a pastor's daughter, for lack of a better word. But I don't take everything that's the Bible said or what they told me. I pick and choose. If this one, I tune out when the pastor's saying something that is not applicable to me, I just tune it out. But when he's saying something that is applicable to me that will help improve my life, I actually write it down. I come home and I ponder it. Like, I like some of the biblical stories. Don't get me wrong. I like the story of David. I actually tell CEO that he reminds me of David in the Bible. I like the story of the woman who, who needed something and have faith that I think God told her, Jesus told her, just get jars and will replenish you. And she just packed the jars and didn't know how she was going to get oil. And, she came back and the oil was like overflowing. I like those kind of stories because I think it has meanings. The biblical stories have meaning that you can apply to your life. You can take your pieces out of it and apply to your life. So, but yes, I was shocked. His own daughter, did you see that part?
His daughter as well, yeah.
God. I mean, she's, to me, is the epitome of strength.
Yeah.
I mean, he would beat her, abuse her, and she confronted him.
Talked to her for months.
Yeah.
Dr. Francine, I want to add this in. Nelson, I know you got something to say. I want to add this in, guys. This is not, just stop this nonsense about hallelujah, you're not in the spiritual realm, you don't know it's not a spiritual realm thing. Just stop this nonsense. The church is simple. It's a simple thing. It's a relationship between man and God. It's not a relationship between man and man. Those of you who saying my pastor is can float on cloud that you've been in, I want to have been it. Okay? The pastor can be the only person shining in your church. That's a problem for me. He not, in fact, the pastor lives a simple life. A simple life. Oh, God child to be broke. God child to get escort in Liberia. No, the person is meant to serve. Let me tell you, the church. Look at the Catholic Church that we grew up with. Look at the Methodists and the Baptists. The church can own a factory. The church can own businesses that belongs to the church members. Okay, they can congregate, they can pull the resources so they can elevate the entire church. The reason of the church. Let me tell you something. I always say this, and people don't want to say this. It's very hard to be a good Christian when you're extremely poor. Let me repeat. It's very hard for you to be a good Christian when you're extremely poor. Some people think it's the other way around. The reason why I say that is because a lot of times you will compromise your standards because you won't get it. So you will keep sinning. So in order to make your people not to sin, you have to improve the economic condition as a church. It had to be poor and follow the Bible the way you're supposed to. Nelson, what you got to say, brother?
Yeah, Mr. Dwallo, I think you're right. Poverty all by itself sets lots of limitations. It sort of restricts people and stuff like that. So even in the church, if you want to have a church that will be very forceful when it comes to making everything work. Okay, let's say it's about the gospel, carrying the gospel across. Then the people there will have to be empowered. They will need the financial you know aspect and everything addressed so that they once they are financially potent, then they can be able to contribute as well. But then going to the Bishop TB Joshua story, uh, Mr. Dwalu, uh, could we also look at the other aspect where this could be some sort of propaganda, against this individual? Because yes, we should look at religion, despite we are all involved with it, but we should look at it, especially when we in this news business or whatever, from independent standpoint. There could be some sort of propaganda
Yeah, but
playing
Nelson,
out,
that's a
just
good
as we
race.
have.
Let's address
uh
that. That's important. Let's address that. Don't go in from. Let's address that. If Dr. Francine can say Dwalu stole my money,
yeah,
it may be propagandistic in nature. But we have
yeah,
30, 40, 200 people with similar stories, with videos, with evidence, you can see it, you can see the progression. Let me tell you something about man. I don't know who said this. They said power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. This man was a god to many people, not presidents, prime ministers across the globe. There is no reason why there will be. I'm not going to tell you, say, I was in that room and I believe it.
okay,
Everybody can have an opposing view to what I'm discussing here. It is not to demean Bishop T.D. Joshua. That's not what I'm saying. But when you have repeated testimonies from people in his inner circle, over and over and over and over, saying this is what he was doing, where he had abortion clinics in the basement, where he was literally sleeping with all the young women. Women don't lie, but I cannot tell you that. That's just one woman. They've said thousands of women that they were taken in the bed. This is not something one person is saying. This is over 30, 50, 100 people. Yes, it could be a slint, but the possibility is almost zero. Yeah.
So Nelson, let me ask you this question: why would BBC want to propagate such point of view that this man was a horrible person? Why would what would BBC get out of this?
I'm just thinking out loud, Dr. Richardson, and nothing is impossible. And the fact that we are all not saints means that anything is possible somehow, some way.
But I mean, I'm posing this question because that's what I'm asking myself. And you're right; we should look at things
Okay.
both ways. But I'm just asking, what would BBC get out of this? I mean, BBC is a rich organization in the first place, and I'm just trying to figure out what benefits. How does it benefit for them to publicize or propagate their point of view?
Well, um, that's a question that maybe we'll have to look above and beyond to find an answer too. Um, yeah, I'm still trying to reason. I'm still trying to find the reason too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, I just thought so that
Look,
Sure.
it's a
it's
social
important
time.
to look at it from both sides as well.
Yeah, it's a social time. We talk about these things. It's not to lay blame against anything else. Like I said, anything that is social, we will talk about it. I know some people tend to coil and say, "Hey, that God been here. We're not talking about it." Let me tell you something. God, when you go like a pa. In the way where pa can be vegan, go to each other, and he's supposed to be talking to God. God, and that's why he's supposed to be afraid of. God is somebody supposed to embrace it. What is he supposed to be afraid of? When you see, look, the only person that can pray for you that you. Your pastor can help you, but you yourself know your own heart. You know what kind of dead in the way you not do. So you go before God. There's nothing wrong with celebrating the man of God, but he's not infallible. If he did something wrong, I'm giving the evidence that comes forward so far. What's the reason all the people on one line? That's the question you're gonna ask. But then again, some people say, no, you pastor, you cannot make any error. And now some people, and I know they cannot go beyond that.
And think about one of the things actually that was, an eye opener to me. The people that were sick. He said he had cure for HIV and cancer.
Correct.
Things that we are struggling to cure.
Yeah.
So you think if that church had cure for HIV and cancer, you think it would be like populated with people? Because all of us, my mom and not gonna die, not my power, because I would have did everything to send in there. So so those are the kind of things that I question.
Stanton,
Wow.
I know you're afraid of this. Some people, welcome to the show. Let's have a discussion. We don't wait. That moving there. They're not talking about it.
So why you put me inside there and say you're done with it? Why we get Tricon sleeping on the show? Tricon, leave her alone, man.
When I
Bye.
sleeping, Tricon that TDJ following. They think about people.
Sleeping. I just listening. I just
You know, they figure you can't sleep on the show. They're the men that they say go and record. You can put a camera this way, then looking this way. Then he talking here, Aaron Kuban. How they can do that under journalism? You try first get there again. She will say your own plenty.
I want to tell you guys, sorry, Stanton. I was going to say congratulations to your coverage of the legislature. It was awesome. I watched you guys. It was Aaron. I think I saw him talk, and as well, all of you guys who are in the background. You guys are so professional. You made me feel proud to be connected to Spawn.
Thank you that Richardson for president. Tomorrow they will blunder again. They had a president.
They're learning.
It's
but
okay.
Let me say this about that whole TD Jake something.
Joshua.
TD Joshua, thank you. TB Joshua.
But Jake's got his own case too. That's a whole other whole case. But go ahead.
TD Jake is I do not like to I really don't like to put myself into the pastoral criticism. Because one thing I believe, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. Or God will be the only one to judge. When he was alive, he did something that was great. And, people right now criticizing him. But let's just look at the positive aspect of his life. Jesus Christ would preach, whether for greed, whether for any other reason, Jesus Christ was preached. I am not the one to condemn him. I would do no such thing. We are not perfect, folks. To err is human, to forgive is divine. Perfection comes from under the Lord. I would condemn no pastor, no bishop, no pope, because we are all striving towards perfection. Let God be the better judge. Let God be the one to condemn. And if God condemn you, it comes with grace and it comes with mercy. If you're a Christian and you follow the principle of the Bible, do not criticize. Pray for him. Pray for his family. If you hurt anyone, pray for them. All right? Sometimes these things is about folks coming up to make money. The only thing on the show I want to see happening is I want to know the healing power of George Banner. What did he do? How did he heal people? How did he baptize? How did he lay hands? I'm not going to condemn him, though. I just want to poke fun into it. All right? But let me finish now. You have 1 hour to tell your own. I can't even be 30 seconds yet. You will interrupt me?
Go ahead.
Brother, I would say this to all followers of Christ. Do not condemn. If what BBC is saying, just pray to God that the next pastor, the next preacher out there, they will try to do the right thing. Commit it in the hands of God and let God be the one to condemn. The Bible said there will be false prophets. But who are you to tell who the false prophet are. If you have never committed any sin, if you are not in error, you pick up the first stone. Some of us to get up and go to church is hard for us, but we'll be the first to condemn. Some of us to hold the Bible and go preach is very hard. We cannot even look at our sister Dr. Richardson and say, God bless you, God love you, and I'll pray with you. No, we'll be condemning her. But the little that I've said about TB Joshua, everybody running and say he's an evil dude. But what about the good thing he did? What about those little things that the impact he had in people's life? Look at Jimmy Swagger. People say, yes, he fell short. Yes, he committed sin. But he came back and said, Lord, create in me a clean heart and renew the right spirit within me. I am a sinner, forgive me. Look at David. Everything he did in the Bible. But he always said, Lord, you punish me. You deal with me, not man. I will not be here to condemn TB Joshua. I would condemn no pastor. If you have walked a pastoral walk, if you have spoken as a pastor, if you have gone above and beyond to meet world leaders, if you have set a family straight and help somebody, God is not looking for the righteous. And we shouldn't pretend that we are. I beg anyone condemning TD Jakes, whether that's his family, whether friends, whether BBC or CNN, we should all just pray to God that the next pastor, the next bishop, the next evangelist will learn to do the right thing, because we are all human. We are all prone to sin. We all made a mistake. Because only God we can come to. As we strive towards perfection, only God we need to seek. So those of you that are condemning, be wise. We are not perfect. He tried his best. And let God be the one to condemn him. Mr. Dwalu,
thank you.
I know we are out there. We are out there. Dwalu, we are out there. We have the story. Dwalu, you will interrupt me every day, but don't put me with your condemnation. I am a sinner. I'm asking God for mercy every day.
Thank you.
And you know, and I would not be here to condemn anybody. Talk to me, my brother.
I vehemently oppose what you just said. Criticism is not condemnation. The Bible wants you to criticize. The Bible wants you to inspect. This thing what we do is say, oh, because I'm a sinner, so when somebody does wrong, I won't say nothing because I'm a sinner. No, that's not what God tell you to do. All have sinned. Nobody seeks perfection. We are human beings.
All have sinned and fall short to the glory of God.
But listen now, all have sinned. But let me tell you something. When you are a shepherd of the law in the house of God, there are certain standards you must hold yourself up to. I sincerely doubt that you actually watched the documentary, Stanton. If you watch the documentary, it's not a condemnation of the man. It's the actions that he performed. If those actions with all those testimony, this is something we should all discourage in our society. We condemn every day.
Mr. Dwalu,
justice was sentenced today to
Mr. Dwalu, Mr. Dwalu,
condemns every day.
Mr. Dwalu, Mr. Dwalu, let's stick to the biblical. Mr. Dwalu, Nelson, come back. Let Dwalu and say have some conversation on this. Yeah. Let's stick to this biblical side real quick, Mr. Dwalu. Let's just understand this because it's important for us to understand. When he was alive, everybody that telling the story today couldn't tell the story.
Spencer, do you know how power works?
Hold on 1 minute now. Hold on 1 minute, Mr. Dwalu. Mr. Dwalu and the peoples. He was alive. These people are running around today and telling these stories. They were celebrating him. Why should I believe this story? Mr. Dwalu, he's dead. Let's move on. Now Dr. Richardson said, oh, BBC, they are worth the network. They are all over. What the gain of running this story? Why are we on Spoon every day? High ratings. Now the story is all over. It's because they want to be on top. It's not because of the money. It's because they want to remain on top with fresh news and stories. They are running with this story because this TB Joshua man had Nigeria locked down and the rest of the world when you talk about gospel. That's why they are running with this story.
But since
I didn't watch the video.
I watched the video.
You're trying to appease. I'm not on the Go ahead.
Nigeria is not on lockdown anymore.
Yeah.
But you won't let me talk about
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Put your phone on. Now you put not just
You gotta watch it too. Now one person accused me of prayer.
Let me say this. You can condemn. It's up to you.
I'm
but
not
I'm
condemning.
going to condemn.
It's
You can
criticism.
criticize. It's up
It's
to
a
you.
crime that was committed.
I'm just saying this. There is no way they have not given him justice to speak for himself. All these people then talk. Why are you bringing the picking back? The picking scaring me. All these people then talking. They picking. I will say something about trouble. Keep it right there. Let me get that in small. All these people then. The fact of the matter is that I will tell you this. They're only speaking now because TB Jasper cannot. Hey, Dr. Richardson, you shaking your head.
No, because you watch the videos, the people. Remember those two? His first-hand woman and the second guy. They left.
Dr. Richardson, you're not giving me chance. You say your own. You don't want me to speak. You have 1 hour to speak. You have 1 hour to speak. When I go to the show, we got a lot of stuff to talk about today. Let me leave you with the TB Joshua
Let me just tell you my final thought.
Spirit, a church, Dr. Richardson, your deaconess for your church, Abraham and Deacon. You go ahead and criticize and condemn.
I want everybody to question whatever I say to them.
My spirit is telling me. My spirit is telling me I am not going to criticize. I will go on my knee and pray for that church. I will ask God to bless them with new directions, and I will ask God to bless the pastor to be the pastor that will serve the people in the community. That will be the good shepherd. I am not going on it, and I'm not going to say what you want to say.
Upstairs, those women coming upstairs.
Now you cannot just say we can't attest it back on. So let's sing the song now.
Stand up.
You interrupting my
You're not taking a side. You're trying to check out the show. This is a very important topic.
Where you are trying to check out the show?
They accused that man while he was alive.
I don't even know what to say, sir.
They accused him while he was alive, by the way. So not because he's dead.
What you mean I try to check out the show? You bring your own social issue. I will not agree with you.
Don't judge. No.
I thought you start thinking.
Yeah. Don't judge. We're supposed to judge each other.
Agree with you.
We don't want you to agree with us.
We want you to agree. Just make your point. But that's another thing. Speak freedom too.
But she has spoken. I met you guys on the show. Dr. Richardson is a deaconess, her husband a deacon.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying.
You don't go to church. You get a Quran and the Bible behind you. You get Church of Jesus Christ.
And the Torah.
You get the Torah.
You're judging us, though. You're judging Guadalupe.
I am not judging. He doesn't go to church. That's the truth. It's not judging. I'm not being judgmental. He doesn't go to church. But he's the first to criticize and say my criticism is unique. Why they couldn't write that?
Dr. Francis is still trying to appease. Let me appease. He trying to appease pastors.
Brother, if you are work or pastoral work, you'll be careful.
Leading pastoral
work. Dr. Richardson doesn't go to church every first Sunday, every Christmas Sunday, every Easter Sunday. You can find Dr. Richardson in church. They're only on big Sundays. Okay, first Sunday, Christmas Sunday, New Year Sunday, Easter Sunday, Good Friday Sunday, and all of those things.
Don't get me wrong, Stanton. The church, I believe the church was organized for a good reason. The people in the church are there for good reasons. However, not everybody who's in the church is preaching the word of God or the words that would uphold society. Not everybody. Doing that. Some people are there just because of their own personal. I think TB Josh was there for his.
TD Josh, you don't even know the man name.
Yeah, you keep asking for a man. You knew the man.
Dr. Francine, there are thousands of documentaries with quotes around the world where people put together. They say they were Christians. They kill all those people. Thousands of documentaries. Nobody said, look, listen.
Everything.
Listen to the testimony of over 100 people. Not one person, not two people, thousands of people. And you say, they don't judge. We're not judging. The reason why we set up courts in society is to judge. We're supposed to judge. The Bible, the Quran, the Torah tells you to judge. If you say, that men of God, that is thing we can do, the people can join up. Men of God must be the most scrutinized person in our society. If you're not scrutinizing them, they will eat your elbow all day.
because you tend to believe, you know, you tend to be gullible, you know, like how the male just going to say, oh, you having a bocha. You showing us in the movie, in the tape.
You will get married, you will do this. All that nonsense.
Jesus.
I join the people there.
There's
a lot of value when you go to hell. Hell for all. So when you do the perfection, hell will be bad, the enjoyment will be here.
Y'all go watch. You have another topic. Y'all go watch it.
Come back.
And come back.
Is it hell for who?
Hell for all.
Hell for me.
Okay.
You see, Dwalu, maybe I don't like to criticize, but I'll criticize Dwalu. Dwalu, he doesn't go to church. And, you know, he reads Psalm 23, that all he does. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. You shall not want what? You shall not want many women. I shall not want. He leadeth me in the path of righteousness for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of shadow of death, I fear no evil, for that I will make. I run and I staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest the table before me in the presence of all my many temptations. That and nothing my head with oil. My cup runneth over.
Look how you not changed the Psalm 23. Come on, they put nothing but 10. All I wanted in the Psalm 23.
Folks, welcome to the podcast. A lot of the people that are enjoying Dwalu social discussion, they enjoying it though. Somebody says, CEO, can you tell Dwalu, I parked my car somewhere on 9th Street, the guy that in the Buddha my car tire. And the guy just sitting in the corner. Is that true? They said they just sitting in the corner, they will come and just pull your car or you ask them for what reason they say you're not supposed to park here.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
Not judge, don't judge.
CEO.
This relation.
Oh, you got to say. Stand up. We're talking about the reason why we way beyond the whole of Africa because the religion thing. They're killing us.
Man, look at my donor from Wawa.
Yeah, from Wawa. The religion thing is killing us.
The real Liberian donor. Yeah, look at, you see the Wawa name on it? You see Wawa?
Yeah.
The real Liberian donor picking. Like one of the old man can be frying. Go to the Wawa, 199. They saying it. Real Liberian donor.
$1.99?
Yeah, $1.99. $2. What happened? It too plenty?
But I see donor they can sell in the supermarket in Liberia. How I can buy it?
Yo, you got this, right? It got Wawa rating on it?
Not Wawa only, but it's selling the supermarket.
No. It got to get Wawa rating on it. See? They say Wawa. They say fresh baked. Get it? If you go, you take one of this with your cup of coffee in the morning, you banners. You banner again. Very nice donor.
Yeah, West Point, man.
Very nice.
BBC just filmed it, you. They got a testimony from people that were there for years.
I mean, BBC looking for money, man.
Yeah, but all right too. So you want to tell me everything they said was lie?
I mean, I'm not going to judge TV Joshua, man.
You're not judging him. You're pointing out what he did.
He's dead. He cannot speak for himself.
Okay, so don't have a job.
They should have done it when he was alive.
Don't judge Mao Zedong. Don't judge.
They should have done it when he was alive.
Don't judge Spring Johnson.
I mean, me my donor very quick, man.
Okay.
You know, I'll try to Google how he died, Dwalu, and I didn't see that. His family, I heard that his family didn't want to do an autopsy on him to find out the cause of death because dying at 57 is relatively young. So I was wondering how.
I think he was sick. I don't remember the details of how he died, but it's something we gotta look into.
You know?
Let's go to the topic here. Liberian people love to know when you mention church and pastor, because you know our people, most of them have been so brainwashed to the point where when you say pastor, oh, you're not supposed to talk about the pastor because the pastor said when you talk about the man of God, you go into hell. They can actually say hell is a place that's sitting down waiting for Liberian to go there. Only two scenes in Liberia: fornication and not giving the church money. That the two scenes there. They get another scene in Liberia.
They get plenty of scene, yeah.
No, only two scenes like brother can pre in the church. You gotta get your offering in time. It's a serious sin and fornication. What else scene like bro?
Yeah, but
thank you.
You know, somebody's typing like no one's out without sin. You know, and we agree with that.
We know
You
that.
know? We
But
agree
we
with
talk
that.
about it.
You
Yeah,
know,
all right.
yes. So, you know, we and I'm not saying that we are without sin.
You look at home, man. You preaching, daddy. Oh my daddy, the daddy you collect all the offering from y'all.
No, but listen, guys. Listen, let's leave that thing here back.
Yo, will leave
I
it.
see what you
Nah,
can't
I
talk
said
about
it,
domestic slavery, and some people start calling and say, stand up, want to come and talk about it. Bring them on, Dwadu. They love your social program. Bring them on. We appreciate, but let's talk about what's happening in the country today.
I'm gonna pray for me.
The 15th would be on Monday, and that will be a very busy day. Thank you very much, Chokon. Thank you, Nelson. It's good to have you guys. I know you'll be in the back. Upload all my videos. Nelson, don't go to bed now. Don't sleep on me like you did yesterday, Nelson. Please don't do that. Chokon, you got to hang with Nelson. Don't leave him. The man was sleeping yesterday and we're calling. He couldn't answer. Manati didn't come back. She in the country.
You want to
Yeah. And so, Nelson, let's talk about one of the issues before you leave us, though. What's going on with the LTA project? We have videos, we have information we'll be sharing. They awarded this thing to BMC company. Their money they awarded them was so huge, but we need to talk more about it. I know you went there, you did some video, you took some pictures. So please upload it, and we'll be calling you once we're ready for it, okay? Fagon is coming on. Our brother Steven Johnson is coming on. Our sister, what's her name again? Glendy. Fatima, Mame, the rest of the crew will be here. Folks, we can only be with you till 7 o'clock, or many after 7, they will hold us responsible. So there is no way we'll be here past 7. We asking you, share our program, invite your brothers and sisters. Let's talk about country. That country is Liberia. We appreciate Dwalu for the Spain on the social issue for 30 minutes to 1 hour that he bring about. Very interesting conversation, by the way. I may disagree with him, but it is what it is. That's how we make Spoon Talk to be great. We also want to say to everyone the way forward of Jose Yimabwaka, those governmental posts, those nomination appointment, we will move on to say starting next week, Tuesday, we'll be giving you some names. Those names will be very important because every name that we put out there, somebody from that group will be the next minister or the next director. Believe it or not, they can be their deputy, their assistant, the ambassador, the foreign, all these different things. So it will be very interesting next week. We receive information of a death, somebody that will operate in, but I will leave that to Fagon to come and explain if you think it's necessary to talk about that death. We receive information of the National Transport Authority and that of the Freeport of Monrovia. What is happening? What special interest is going on? That I can share these documents with the folks for us to discuss it. Let's talk about Funati Kofa. Information reaching me about Funati Kofa and his American status. Is Funati Kofa ready to lead and be the next speaker, or Richie Kuhn will be placing phone call to each camp that they can defend the position, who has the number to be the next speaker. We discussed yesterday, Yombly probably going to be on a white ballot. Nobody can stop her to be the next pro tem. What is happening in Liberia? I was able to speak to some members of the clusters. They are refusing to sit down with JMB team. Today is the 10th. Everything is done. They should be compiling the document and making a final report with cluster head. Both the JP, TT, JMB, and that of George Manawea. Folks, the George Manawea people, most of them out of the country, they are not talking. And so it's bad. Cooperation, none whatsoever. Because by direction of George Manawea, they are saying that we cannot talk to you. And also on this slash show, thank God that our Sekou Sherry is back in the country. And Sekou Sherry hired Serena Seaforth and Clyde Edward Mountain to be his lawyer. They have accepted the bond. Yes, very important. If it is confirmed, Tualu, there's a possibility they have a recount in Beaufort Chamber election. There's a possibility. It's a nice opinion coming out from the Supreme Court. We are receiving information. You remember the guy that beat Beaufort Chamber that we all say, Williams? There's a possibility when Buffer Chima filed a complaint to the Supreme Court, they are coming down with opinion. Which one, the justices or the Chief Justice? We are hearing information that they are coming down to call for full recount or to do re-election. And they are ordering the National Election Commission to do so. It is not out yet. It will be coming out shortly. Again, we stay on this story, but we are hearing it's not over yet for Beaufort Chamber. It is not over for Beaufort Chamber. So those are the interesting conversation. If you have anything on your mind, let us know. Let's talk the Liberian talk. Mr. Dwadu and the people. Dwadu, how you pronounce your first name? I guess?
Benghazi?
Your
That's my
first
Facebook name.
What's
My
your first name?
legal name?
Yeah.
Ensu.
Hensu?
Ensu.
Oh, Hensu Dwadu. Okay, I see. So that you the girl was talking.
Ansu.
So that you the girl was talking about. I see. I didn't know. I thought that I guess she was talking about, but she said Hensu, and I'm arguing with her and say I do not have any Hensu. I have Dwadu. She said, but that's the same thing, and I didn't know. But anyway, we'll wait for Jessica to really tell us this story. Dr. Richardson, welcome to the show. Yeah.
Yes, okay. It's good to be here today. I'm looking forward to hearing about the findings from the transitional team, their success and failures. I had recommended or spoke about them having a public relations officer, someone that will inform us about something that you're talking about, that the team on the we as government is not cooperating or they're left the country. I think it would be great for the Liberian public to know, who's not there and how are they going to deduce information given that the head of those agencies or ministries are not there, and how they're going to move forward. So it would be helpful if we had a public relation officer speaking to us on that. Maybe next week they will let us know. The second thing is I'm interested also in the appointees by the president-elect. I'd like to see who he has in mind, and we can come here and explore, what make these people good ministers or bad ministers, or what have they contributed to our country, or what do they have to offer to the Liberian people. Lastly, I'd like to know about the inaugural budget. We've been seeing numbers around 650,000. There's been some comparative analysis with Ria's budget that he'd have for the inauguration. Some people have, commented that it's a low budget, is satisfactory. Other people have said, how can we not have running water in the Capitol building, but we can have a budget of $650,000 for inauguration? So those are my thoughts for now. I'm interested in seeing what's going to come along.
Well, Stanton, for me, I'm going to go to Buffer Chamber because people at the Buffer Chamber should not be in the legislature. You believe that a past farm, Buffer Chamber, first of all, left America, changed his name to Dr. Buffer Chamber, got a fake degree, went into Maryland County. His name is Johnny or something like that. He ran away from here, went all the way in the bush over there, gave himself a fake PhD degree. He lost that election. He's trying to use money to sway the people in Maryland County, I believe, Silicon District. Let me say to you, if you're listening to me in Maryland County, Buffer Chamber, you all know what he's done over there for the last almost 18 years that he's been in the legislature. You voted Buffer Chamber out. Buffer Chamber is trying to meander his way back into the legislature. You have a message. This is an upfront to the people of Silicon District. This is not right to you. This is an insult to you. You have to send Buffer Chamber a very powerful message. Say, listen, we gave you an opportunity for you to serve this district. All you did was to steal money, build infrastructures for yourself, build your own facility, and you came here, you brought money on video, on table, and you started dividing money. This is an insult to us. Buffer Chamber, we don't care how many times you attempt to rerun this election. You will lose that election. You need to stop insulting the people of that district. They voted you out. Accept the results. The National Elections Commission has counted this thing a dozen times, and you lost. Accept it. What about one vote or three votes? You lost. Go home and sit down and go ahead and apply your PhD properly where you can gain some money to be able to live over. I sincerely doubt that Buffer Chamber has the capacity to make $1,000 a month in the private sector in Liberia. He has absolutely no skill. That fake PhD degree will not work for you. Welcome to the show, Stevie. David Walutoge.
Thank you, guys. I should go ahead. Okay. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see you all again. I just got information that the LTA is on fire. There's a fire incident at the LTA. I don't know how true is that.
That was a couple of days ago.
No. This is LTA. You're talking about.
You're not talking about transfer. You say LTA. Nelson, hold on 1 minute. With that information, Nelson Tricon, you'll come out on. You guys go there real quick. Let's just understand this. Nelson Tricon. Again, they are not answering. Let that go ahead. Go ahead. I don't know.
We're receiving information, and I hope the guys can verify that the LTA is on fire, and this will be like almost like a pattern that we're beginning to see in towards the early stages of this government, where strategic agencies of government have been caught up by fire. Whether those fire incidents are artificial or they are natural occurrences, it remains something for us to see. But I thought it was important for us to flag that. I also like to state that Nelson, you got any update on LTA?
Yes. So yes, I actually went there today. We paid a visit there.
You got
and then,
update on LTA that the building is on fire? Can you send Tricon? That's the question. You got to pay attention to the show, Nelson, please. Send Tricon. He's in the studio. Let him just follow up with that story right now. Okay.
Okay.
I beg you, keep your phone on, please.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Let me call somebody else too. So go ahead, Stevie. I'm trying to call someone to confirm.
On the issue of the and Dr. Francis, to your point about the budget, I think the original budget that was submitted first was over $1 million. It was reduced to 900,000. I think 800,000. Then it was further reduced to the 650. I think one of the things we'll push for is for the committee to share the detailed budget so that librarians can see. I think most of the budget line item that will incur most of those things will be the accommodations for foreign dignitaries. I think there are lots of invitations sent out to foreign dignitaries, and so also the logistics, including vehicles and other. Most of government vehicles cannot be accounted for, some of which the outgoing government have either refused to log in as asset to government or deliberately conceding them. So, those are some of the things that are taking the chunk of the budget. I think, so we'll ask them. And then on the issue of
Stephen, let me ask you, are you saying that the housing for foreign dignitaries are being paid by the government of Liberia?
So like hotels, that house, like if I invite you, they got to pay for your accommodation.
Oh, really? I thought they were paying themselves.
No, so it's like you it's like you invited me to your event and you have to accommodate me. You got to get the it's almost like if you travel on a trip from let's say the U.S. government were inviting you here on a trip exclusively as the U.S. government, their expense is covered by the inviting country.
Oh, I did. I was
so normally when you come,
I was assuming that there's money in the U.S. government budget, foreign Ministry of Foreign Affairs budget to cover these type of events, But
so so that's why the tricky thing about this inauguration is it happening at a time when the budget year ending, and by the 31st of, because we're in a new budget year, by the 31st of December, the GSC usually will close government expenditure, so meaning that the new budget year will be when that particular funding is expected to. But then because of this, window, and the government. I think Senator Kanga talked about government in a deficit of budget shortfall over $1 million. So you see the constraints. So this was why they try to at least streamline that budget so to its bare minimum. I think. Yes,
I beg you, Steven. Yeah, let me come in. Nelson, can you come back? It's true that the part of the building is on fire.
Jesus.
We can confirm that part of the LTA building is on fire. Nelson, part of the LTA building is on fire, so we should be sending one of our reporters. Nelson, Choco left already?
Choco and Diamond are on their way there.
Good, thank you. And we can also
Diamond.
confirm that folks are there, the commissioner chair and all the folks, they are there. It's a part of the building, so they're going to give us access to go live from there and bring them on. So you're right, Stephen. Part of the building is on fire.
Yeah, I'm glad that we can have our reporters go there so that we can get. As I was saying, so yeah, on the then on the I saw Prophet Chima today. I think it was today, when he met with the folks that are cleaning the streets, the volunteers. I think he made some presentation. It's funny how Chimba, over the last, I mean, before this government, Prophet Chima was one of the critical voices against the previous administration under Elling. He was very vocal about issues concerning the Liberian people. It was surprising that this same Buffer Chamber in the last 6 years became so unheard of to the point that he was
I
just.
beg you, let me interrupt you again, Stephen. As we get on these development, our reporters are on the way, but apparently it's dark. It was a candle that was light. They left the candle on or something of that nature. But it have been taken care of. It's not like a blaze in any of the offices. It was the portion of the building, maybe the kitchen area. So they are happy that the spawn reporters are on the way and they will go through there and they will go live. But they are saying the report we are getting, first-hand information, it's not a blazing fire. Everything is okay. It was candle and the candle smoke and the light, and someone announced it as a fire. But they're happy that Spoon reporters are on the way, and we are not too far from LTA, and they will be bringing our report live. But now
But
the whole place is
why would
crazy.
somebody
Phone
be
calls going
using
on,
candle?
saying there's a fire, there's a fire. That's a good thing you pointed out. Again, we'll keep you guys informed. Let's just wait for our reporter to be there. Go
I
ahead,
said, no, why would someone be?
Steve, we're not hearing you. We're not hearing you.
You can hear me?
No, we're not hearing you. All right, Steve will come back. Let's bring in Mame.
I could hear him.
Go ahead, Nelson.
Yeah.
What's up?
I was hearing Steven.
No, I was saying I could hear him.
We're not
I
hearing
was
you,
hearing
Nelson.
him. I was saying I was hearing
We're not hearing
Steven.
you. You guys
He
can
was-
hear Nelson?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so that is from me.
Yeah.
Apparently. Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. You can hear me?
Sure, yes, I do.
All right, then
Yeah.
maybe it's from my end. I'm sorry. I just put Steven off for no reason. I
Yeah,
my
we got all
phone- yeah.
confused.
I'm sorry, Steven. I had to mute myself to talk to the individual that gave me the news. So we good now. I apologize.
I was saying, why would somebody at this late hour be at a government ministry using candle?
I know.
They're praying there. They're having fast and prayer to stay in the
Wow,
office.
my Leo, they just did that.
But I said that we just closed on it. There was an interesting interview today with George Moba, the guy from the Civil Aviation Authority.
Yeah, I want to bring him on though, but
I had just it pop up on my screen, and I thought to listen. It was very interesting how he was trying to catalog his achievement at the agency. But what was more interesting was the fact that he was saying in 2017 he supported Jonathan Bwaka, and Bwaka told him in 2017 that wow, I'll get you job. So now he thinks that the ball is in Bwaka's court now to appoint. The funny thing about our people is the guy. I'll use the Liberian word. Our people get draft face. You have to have some kind of draft face to really, really, really make the kind of statement. Look, public service is a borrowed jacket. when you're given the chance to serve, you go ahead, you perform your tax. When your time is up, you pack your bag and leave. This notion that you have to bootleg, that you have to try to cross over to different political institutions simply because you want to keep your position, it sends a wrong message. It sends several messages. One of the main messages it sends is that you are not competent. Because I remember I left government 2016. So I was out before became president. But one of the first things we did.
It's just an intro, Stevie.
Yeah, I'll close on that. My man, 10 seconds. One of the most interesting things that happened was when we had took office and many of our young professionals had left government, they were kicked out. We went and established, and Mama is aware of that. We established a think tank called CIPA. We produced a lot of high quality reports. We got lots of grants from USAID and other partners. Today we have a functioning office, very active, engaged in policy debates and writing about Liberia, the economy, and other things. So people with specialized skills when you're out of government, diversify, go into other areas and impact. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you, Steven. I want us to get into this thing because we're receiving information, pictures from LTA. We have other information about fishery, information from the National Port Authority to that of National Transport Authority. And we got a lot of story today. But folks, again, we'll be here till 7 p.m. Liberian time. And that will be 12 midnight Liberian time, 7 p.m. Eastern USA time. 7 p.m. Eastern USA time. That will be 12 midnight Liberian time. 1 minute past that, you guys are on your own. Everybody that will be here 1 minute after 12 midnight, you will have to talk to Madam TT. As a matter of fact, I would leave from here 11:59. So you see, if I'm going to go forever, then he come by, he won't waste our time. No, we have to leave from here at the same time. But thank you very much, Stephen. Let me bring you, Mammy.
Yeah, but Fagon, what happened? What's going on?
This is a man who wrongfully accused Stephen Johnson just now. Refused to apologize, but still found a way to escape by saying, I don't know why I was thinking to bring Stephen. I think it for myself. All you had to say was, Stevie, I'm sorry, I just lied on you.
What he
now
talking
you
about?
lying on me again. Why you
What
lying
he
on
talking
me?
about lie? What did I do to Steven? Nothing.
Yeah, you told the whole world. No, let me tell you something. Do
I
you
told the
know
whole
that
world.
in a small town in Azerbaijan?
What the hell
In a
they call
small town
Azerbaijan?
you don't even know. You know Uzbekistan?
But
Do you also
Uzbekistan
know
where?
Tajikistan?
But leave with all this time, man. Leave me with this time, man.
These people are
Afghanistan,
watching you. They say it is
Pakistan, Uzbekistan. Leave me with this time.
They said it is best show they ever come across from Africa. It makes them laugh, especially when someone running with a plate of lobster. Go ahead, Mom. So I can
When
come
last
here,
you went
take
to
your turn.
when last you went to Uzbekistan and they said that to you? When? People call you from there?
People talk to me from Waristan.
Western. Listen to that.
Waristan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, all of these places. Next to Afghanistan, all of them stand equal.
Send your we are cheese and all of the country you go nowhere.
You go nowhere, you Allah.
Yeah, that report taking time to bring the administrator and admin without point. You don't get public billing. You bring NTA first. You leave from MTA. You bring Ministry of Finance.
Why you went to this
bring
guy?
Ministry of Transport. Now you bring the LTA. Then you say, Fagon, they will not bring me.
That I'm supposed to tell you that? That I'm supposed to tell you?
That is a town in the Dewan district called Blowan. I can challenge you any day. If you say Allah, then let's take the phone and call Zanzan Kawa. If I sit in that town, Joey can never see me. And if he come and he will disappear. If I say Allah, you pick up the phone, you call Zanzan Kawa.
But folks, there's a gentleman. We got a picture from LTA, as you can see. And the question that Steven asked is important. Why Kano doing Kano for what? Look at the time right now. It's like 10:06. Who's still in the government building? So folks, I don't think it's Kano because people begin to gather. So
Kano is still a Chinese land.
So go ahead. We'll bring this story up.
Exactly. Who using candle now?
Nobody.
So
Who the prophetess then using our
Oh, I
even
said
the
maybe
prophet
they were praying in our chair in the belly.
Yeah.
I want to begin the show today. I mean, with this call for audit, and it is not intended to talk about catching criminals only. You see, we can come and call all the names and point the fingers. Oh, they man stole. They man need to go to jail. If we don't put in place the systems, we can address the issue about fraud, waste, and abuse. The judiciary is a whole branch of government. Whole branch of government. Since 2005. That's
Mama, Mama, sorry to interrupt you. I have the commissioner, the chair for LTA, Commissioner Zagba on. I want her to give us update and maybe we can ask our question. So guys, let's just get in the air and sorry to interrupt you, Mama, but let's get welcome to the show, Commissioner Zagba. How you doing today?
I'm good, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are receiving information about LTA building is on fire. Can you confirm? Can you update us, please?
Okay. Well, I about 10 minutes ago, I got that same information, but it was a false alarm. There is no fire. When I got to the site about 5 or so minutes ago, and it seemed as though there's a lot of community people around looking through the window, and there was a light blazing. And they thought it was a fire. However, unfortunately, a candle was left on, and that was the candle blazing. There was no fire. It was a candle that was just bright, that was on, and they thought it was a fire. But there is absolutely no fire in the LTA's building.
Oh, so there was nothing. There was no fire from the candle. Just candle on.
Yes, there was no fire. So the firefighters came. The police came. I'm still sitting here at the site. I mean, I'm allowing them to walk. I didn't go in. I'm sitting outside, but they've gone to walk through, and the people that did go in said there's no fire. It was just it was a candle that was just lit, and it was in a dark environment, so it was kind of bright. There's no fire.
Oh, okay. So let me bring the guys. Thank you for okay. So have you entered the building? Did you see for yourself?
No, I didn't go in. I haven't gone in.
So the fire service people. Anyway, let me bring the other guys. You brought the story of Stevie. You go ahead. We have the commissioner.
How are you, Madam Commissioner?
I'm doing very well, thank you. Yourself?
I'm doing wonderful. My question to you is, what kind of candle this is? Is it the scented candle or the regular candle that we all know? And why would a candle be on after hours? Assuming that work ends at 5. Why would somebody light a candle during the course of the day if it's just a regular candle? I just want to know. Thank you.
Okay. I mean, it's an interesting question. Number one, I said I haven't been in. I remember that when we were working earlier today, a scented candle was lit. And so one that sits in a jar, if it's the same one. And so that means it must have been on from no one turned it off, apparently. But I don't think, obviously, that somebody put it on after hours. I think it was just accidentally left on, which is not good. But there's nothing caught on fire. There was no fire whatsoever. Nothing got burned.
Are you good, Stevie?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Mame, you have a question?
Yes.
No question.
Dr. Richardson, do you have a question?
No question, please.
Honorable Fagon.
Yes.
Honorable Commissioner General, my lovely lady, how are you today?
Good, very well, brother. How are you, sir?
I'm doing great. I don't have a comment, but just a 30-second reminder to you. And just what you said, I believe you 110%. It was a scented candle. And that's why maybe, we used to think, because when you put these Dr. Richardson in the office, they let a place to be far, and beautiful and smelling sweet. So I just like to remind Madam Commissioner, there are some unexplained fire. Can you tell your staff now to be much more vigilant and careful? Because as you can see, residents were quick to alarm that fire was in the building. And so any other fire mistakenly had that glass gotten hot and that place was set ablaze, the government would have been blamed for trying to cover up another corruption scandal at your agency. So please, do everything to advise your staff to do away with candle scent until the new government is inaugurated. Let the place smell bad for a few days, please.
Very well. Very good advice, and I thank you. I mean, I'm just excited, and I'm just pleased that there is no fire because I was actually very alarmed.
Commissioner Zagbat, can we please just move a little bit? There's a story out there. If you can find, if you're not in a position to speak on it, I will respect that. But there's a story out there about LTA having a building that is securing, and they have a water contract with BMC company, but yet and still, the company have not done anything thereafter, and you guys have given them almost $2 million. Can you share this information? Talk to us if you can. How true it is?
Well, I'll be brief about it. There is LTA last year, in the middle of 2023, LTA awarded its headquarters contract through, going through the PPCC procurement requirements. We were able to award a contract to BMC, the $4.6 million, I believe. I don't have the documents right in front of me. $4.6 million contract. During the rainy season, and we have given initial monies out, and we are obviously awaiting milestones to be met in order to give any additional funds. They're not in default. I know from the time the contract was given till now, it's 7 acres. The complete fence has been constructed. And I remember a couple months ago when I was trying to push them to go a little further because I wanted them to finish at least the foundation by the holidays. But they just told me they could not simply because of the rains. And apparently a lot of water from the barracks side to the property. The property is located between the LEC substation and those housing compound across from the barracks. So apparently a lot of water flows there during the rain season. So they, informed me that they would have to do, a pretty extensive drainage system to divert the water. And then, like right about now, they're doing the digging to do the drainage and the foundation. But I think the key points, takeaways, there's a contract out there. It's not in default. They have received funds, and they're not receiving any more funds until they've met milestones to justify the additional funds.
If you talk about, and again,
working.
Thanks for clarifying this, because so you're confirming that the company awarded some money. If you talk about they are not in default, what's the timeline from the time you guys gave them the money up to now? Did you give them 3 months?
I'm sorry. No. I mean, it's a long-term contract. Initially, we wanted to get a loan facility, and we were going to take, a couple years to complete this project, but we didn't get the loan facility. So we're doing it small. I mean, the library man says small as we get the funding from year to year. So, and obviously, if the plans were for them to complete at least the foundation by the holidays, but around the holidays, they just could not do much work because of the rains, and that area needs a lot of drainage work. So,
how much was the contract again? How much was the project, please?
It was a $4.6 million headquarter project.
And how much were given to them as of today?
As of today, I believe 1.1 million, either between 5 and 8 million. I can confirm the amount tomorrow.
And the company is BMC.
The company is BMC.
Abula, you got a question on this?
It-
Because it just came in
It was,
briefly.
I got a comment, not a question. I mean, I wouldn't want to go deep into their procurement process, but there's something about this BMC that needs to be investigated. I don't know why they're winning all the construction, almost majority of the construction contracts in the country. I can't phantom that. And maybe because they're overwhelmed, that's the reason why they've not even started yours. The project at Nokar is BMC. You check on the on the list of companies that are doing work for LAs, doing work for Ministry of Public Works, BMC. So probably the overwhelmed, that's the reason why they've not started. Because most of these contracts, construction contracts, the engineers know that we have 2 seasons in Liberia. The structure and design is such that they begin at the point where they have sufficient time to lay strong foundation. So while a construction company design a construction project and plan to begin in the rainy season, what was the rush? But it's not a question to haul. I mean, it's a point for us to begin to look at. I wouldn't want to just cast expression on the efforts they made to get a headquarter. But I'm concerned that most of the contracts just going to BMC. BMC all the time, BMC. BMC. It's a concern. Something needs to be investigated about this BMC and how it's being awarded a good number of the contracts in the country to the extent that they overwhelm and they can't start. And they start making excuses of the rain falling. The thing about the season in Liberia, everybody know it. The old engineers know how to design projects such that they can avoid the rain and begin.
I don't want to hold her too long on the phone because she's addressing that issue. Let's go to the question, then we can come and give our own opinion on this issue, Mame, okay? Let me bring the other guys real quick. Steven, do you have, no, sorry, Steven, Fagon, do you have a question for this $4.8 million contract that been awarded to BMC?
I wouldn't have a question at this point simply because she revealed that yes, the contract was awarded to BMC. She said categorically that they are not in default. She made it quite clear as to how much she is giving. She said she was not on the record to know the exact amount, but she further told us that as far as she is concerned, in her capacity as chair, that they were on course. So I think it will be on our part a network well respected to do due diligence on our own, follow up where the buck is, and then come back to report to the people.
Thank you, Fagon. Steven?
I think I share similar thought with Mami on the sudden emergence of BMC as a business powerhouse in Liberia. I spent most of my life in Liberia. I watched BMC up and down. 6 years ago, BMC was a struggling business up until 2018 when I watched BMC become a powerhouse, and to the extent that BMC is the one winning most of government contracts. It's something that will raise concern. And one of the things I hate to see happening with government funding is the fact that government funding are not by law required to go to a certain percentage, must go to Liberian businesses. Rather than us empowering these foreign businesses, we can grow our local businesses. For instance, in the US, all federal government contracts must account for a certain percent for minority businesses, because a minority, as they consider it, will be people of color and women who are at the disadvantage in these.
Steven, I beg you, if you don't have a question, because you're on the issue.
Yeah, I think, man, that LTF boss there, she's not crying for minimum, man. You're crying at a
No, it's not that. The woman addressing the fire issue, and I just
but you don't want Brian Uti on that, so that one
I'm outside in the wilderness, so
yeah, the one not crying for minimum. I almost said,
yeah, I mean, we can have the.
Okay, but a commissioner will find time for you to come on so we can talk about this contract.
Yes.
No worries.
Yes.
Any questions, comments, issues you have?
But yeah,
you know,
but let me bring in Duado and Dr. Francine. We'll talk about the rest of the story. Then we'll bring you on. But let Dr. Richardson and Duado ask their question if they do have a question. Duado?
Yeah, Madam Commissioner, welcome to the show. My concern is, I believe the LTA does have security at night, and security is expected to do a walkthrough. Do you believe your security personnel at the building, they're actually doing their job if candles are left on?
Well, unfortunately, I don't believe they walk through internally because when their staff leaves the building, apparently they lock the building. So, they roam around outside the building, but not through the building. So, I mean, we take this as lessons learned and to improve and step up, our safety mechanisms and procedures, fire safety and other safety measures.
Dr. Richardson?
I think we need to do a whole show on LTA, but I don't have a question now. I think as a regulatory body, we need to explore, their task in the country, considering where we are with telecommunication. But that's what I have to say. I don't have a question.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson, Eduardo, Stephen, Ambulai, and Honorable Fagon. Commissioner Chair, Awena, thank you very much for joining us. If you have anything else, then we want to say thanks.
Thank you so much. You have a wonderful evening.
You too, man. Bye. All right. So, the information about the contract, and I know Mame and my brother Stevie, you guys were y'all making your statement to this effect. Let's show you some of the video. We were able to send the guys at the site what she's talking about. Now, this location is opposite the BTC. I think that's how you guys call it. It's right opposite the BTC. Let's play some of the video. All right, there you have it. As you can see, we send our reporters, Fagon, we send the guys over. That's the location. And I mean, BMC awarded the contract. We're in possession of those documents. And I will be sharing it with you guys. $4.8 million. All right. I don't know about the BMC company, but those are the folks that carry on Josh. We have project, most or all of his projects. We know that story about BMC. So Stevie and Ambulai concerns are legitimate, but we should have a show on it as to why only BMC. In every entity, every ministry is all about BMC. Now, the money awarded to them, the $1.8 million, and they have not done anything since September. They gave them the money. So your next concern is that why will you take the money in rainy season and you know that you're not going to do anything? So what BMC did, build a fence around it, the land, the location. They build a fence and they call it a day. When are they coming back?
That are you going off?
I'm sorry because he was showing the video. So let me hear from you guys. That's where
See that
we
place?
are.
Oh, sorry. I mean, see that place? I mean, it doesn't appear to me like a swampy area that you can do construction work. I mean, I'm not seeing the whole view, but just look at the place, the road, and everything around the area there. It doesn't appear like a place that's so swampy that you can't do work. But the fact is, there needs to be an investigation into this BMC. What's the quality of the work they're doing? Yeah, you can be the best company in the country and getting all the contract. That's one story. But what's the quality of the work they're doing? We are observing that they're becoming overwhelmed because of the lack of capacity, and that the reason why they're not delivering. If you know you're in the rainy season, you're going to collect the money, the rain beating you, but you collect the money and you say you can't commence the work because it's in rain. So why you didn't wait until the sun can start shining before you receive the money? All this horrid thing was just intended to put money in people's pockets, and then people get kickbacks, so that even if we don't win the election, at least we're sitting outside, we got something in our pockets. All this story, but it can catch our people because we don't want rent, got to move in our own building. The government they're renting. They use that story to entice the people and wrap everything in contracts. Go and see. But further investigation will show why only BMC and why they're receiving money during the rainy season, but can't start work during the rainy season.
My man, I want to take your story to a different place. I'm sitting there thinking, Liberia Telecommunication Agency. For a country that does not have its own website, a country that does not have its own regulatory management on TV stations, for a country that doesn't even have desk phone in their offices or hospitals, we are spending $4.6 million to build a building. It's not adding up to me. I'm perplexed. That's all I wanted to say.
Fago, you want to go?
Yeah, I don't want to appear as though I'm doing PR work for the LTA, but there must be a regulatory body for telecommunication, whether it be telephone, television, telemarketing, anything. There must be an agency responsible for that. Now, when you're dealing with LTA, you have to understand what LTA brings to the table. You're talking about all of the phone companies, television, cable, all those things. They are multi-million-dollar companies. And if you don't have a regulatory body as such, as in the case of the Ministry of Information, we give the permits to say you have to operate a radio station. But there is an agency that controls those frequencies. There is an agency that must give you the permit before Osama bin Laden comes in and announces that he's going to take over the entire country to be able to use bombs. So yeah, that job is justified. You cannot live or do without them in the country. Having said that, I from the get-go, I was there on the very day that this proposal was made to the Honorable Nathaniel Fallow McGill for LTA to have its own. And the reason why, in her wisdom, she said so, was she said these people bring in 20, 30, $40 million. How is it that an agency that regulates all these multi-million-dollar companies cannot have its own office in the house of somebody and say they're working from an office? It doesn't make sense. So why don't we raise this money with the companies as well as the government and build this structure? So McGill asked me to go with them and look for a site. And you can ask a winner. I went to represent McGill to find that particular site that you're showing. On the day that the site was found, I was.
So you were representing McGill as what?
McGill asked me because she wanted to go and look for the site.
No. In what capacity you were representing McGill?
I was the deputy minister for President.
So why would the minister of state send a deputy minister of information to find McGill?
Because he could not go there at the time.
Why he couldn't say his deputy?
No, he did not send his deputy because at the time I was there. I was an official of government. So when she went to look at the place, she wanted to find a place. He said, go there and deputize for me, see what the place looked like, see what they're talking about.
So your question finished?
Let me state.
No,
you got another question?
The prosecution
okay, because government is government. So again, what you saw over there, you said something, and I just want to help you out. That place opposite Sheffling, I think at one point, the Atlantic Ocean was way beyond that point. Maybe global warming took it back. But that whole area, I have a plot of land there that the Ivorian guy took from me to build one of his houses. But that whole place is white sand. The only way you can operate over there is hauling trucks of red dirt, which is about $80 per truck. Now, those red dirt you see over there, if they did not put the dirt there, they could not operate because it's all white sand. Everything there will just sink under. But having said that, Mame raised the issue of why BMC, why all the time. I think that's a legitimate concern. And I think also what Dr. Francine said, let's bring the LTA back to come and tell us more so that we dig deeper into their operations and what they're doing. But absolutely, that project, whether it be JMB or whoever, there is time for a Liberian Telecommunications Agency with state-of-the-art equipment to regulate everything, whether it be from the navigational tower of the airport to the telephone company, the cable company, the television company, telemarketing and everything. Stephen, that's where our money is. When she comes, she will show you where the country money is, and you wouldn't want to look at maritime again. Look at what these guys did when you were in power, Stevie. It was 3 days
Yeah, to
a
give me
dollar.
1 minute before I forget.
Yeah, hold
I
on.
was
Hold on one second.
Dr. Francine, don't worry.
It was
Okay,
3 days. It was 3 days to a dollar. And now today, they'll give you 45 minutes to a dollar for within a day. And you know how much they make? They make a ton. So how do we track how much money if we do not have a board that tells us every circuit that is going, every call that is made, and how much these companies make? We don't. And that was one of the ideas behind this thing, for us to be able to track the surcharge so the government is not losing in on its needed revenue. For now, the government is losing.
All right, Stephen, you go ahead.
Thank you. There are several things to unpack here, Stanton, and I will do it in piecemeal. The first thing is when a government entity gives out $2 million to a contractor out of $4 million, out of a $4.6 million project, it means that they've paid essentially about 40 to 45% of the money for the company to do the work. Now, 40 to 45% of the work will mean that that work should be beyond just a fence. That work should be beyond just a fence.
I agree.
And every project has a timeline and a set of deliverables. And those timelines take into consideration all of the conditions, unless it was a natural disaster. Rain is not abnormal in Liberia. We know that it rains from September to April. We know all that one. We know the rainy season starts from April to September. We know that that's when the rainy season from October to what? Mama, can you help me with the rainy season? Rainy season is from September to April, right?
What from September
April
to April?
to
Start from April. Your dry season ends in.
Yeah, from April to September, rainy season. Yeah.
No, so the end of October.
No, it
was changed, but I know from April to
don't put
September.
Mame to run away back.
From April to September. No, that's it. From April to September, 6 months.
No, October, lightning and thunder. You not forget?
Yeah, October rain intermittent, but from April to September.
Lightning and thunder is your October.
Yeah,
that's the rainy season. Yeah.
That's because you didn't teach again.
Let me, Fago, not describing, but let me flow with my thought. That was
teaching the low rainy season.
ABC. So paying almost $2 million and the video we saw just now to show the level of work done, I think that particular contractor is underperforming. And there has to be, you see, when we give contract.
I was about to ask him when was the contract awarded and when they work. You also down with my man.
No. It's not when somebody had called me. It's not when the contract was given. It's what deliverables will constitute $2 million. Now when the
that's what I'm saying. When was the contract
given? So I can get you contract tomorrow and you tell me, say, in 3 days, you're able to do XYZ. Because you're able to do XYZ,
but Fago, let him talk. Let him talk. Fago, let him brother speak. Let him speak freely.
For 10 minutes.
Yeah, but let me land my thought. You just,
Okay, lay your thought because I want
Yeah,
to counter
the
you on
first
this
thing I'm
one.
not going to talk about your what Maggie was saying. That one, I would know that one was was
Maggie
an
sent
ethical
me there
transgression.
to
I won't go
see
to that
the
one.
place.
But say, don't let me give me chair. Let me labor.
But you can't
I
get
want
it,
to talk
brother
about the
Chance.
ethical transgression.
But why
That
you say, the man want to, you not be on me.
But the first thing I want to talk about the ethical transgression because how would the LTA, a government entity, be billing somewhere? Then the Minister of State is the one to send people to go find play. Then the Minister of State tell the Deputy Minister of Information to go follow LTA so you can see the link. Let's forget about that one.
They're distorting the whole facts. The facts
Let's forget about that one.
Fagon, it's not your time to talk. Fagon, not your time to talk. You gotta wait. Let Steven finish.
He just
But
started
Fagon,
the
wait.
facts.
Fagon, let Steven finish. Steven, go ahead. We still get to
So I can repeat the fact
No.
to you. So
Fagon, wait. Fagon, wait. Let Steven
Fagon,
finish.
you're not entitled to your own facts. You will just deduce it from
I
what you
made
said.
a statement. How you can use a statement that I didn't make?
But let me lay. You'll come back, bro.
Yeah, you distorting the facts.
So
So
the
you should learn to
second-
accept correction. I'm correcting you. I still
Okay, go ahead.
Fagon, you disrupted the show. Let the brother finish.
But the brother won't allow me.
No, but you will have your time. You will have your time, Fagon. Let the brother finish.
Thank you. I still
let him go ahead. I'll listen.
No, finish, Steven. Steven, finish.
Yeah, because when we do it that way,
it possibly me as to why my game on ask Fagon to go represent him when he gets deputy. But go ahead.
I'm saying I will answer.
But
don't
that's not the
allow me
point. I
to
just know that in passing.
Maggie
That's
say
the
you
main
like you
point.
go deputize for Maggie for Ministry of State. No, I said to you categorically, and I'm repeating myself for the whole country to hear. I was there when she came and said she go with a shoulder place opposite the barracks. Maggie said, okay, go and look at the place. See how it look. Come and tell me what's wrong with that. And you coming to say like that's something a letter they wrote to the Ministry of State. And they were so good for
But that's not what you said. You said Maggie said he must deputize for him. He couldn't go there, so he was sending you. That's what you said.
How can you
That's what you said.
To go take a look at the site. Maybe
when you get no relationship with telecom,
and you send to somebody say, my man, go to that place for me.
Nah,
you don't
government
deputizing for them.
Government, you go there, they want how you can do government.
But they were only going to look at the place.
You can be in department
or let me counter you, man.
You can be in department of treasury.
No,
then
let
the
me finish at Dwaluta. Let me finish at Dwaluta.
You go over there, you go represent me. Another department. No. But let's leave that one for we'll come to it. But here's the point. Chapter 13 struck a very important
point. But Steven is so smart. You call the man right there. He's very smart, Steven.
I don't think that's Steven. Because don't promote lies from Steven.
No, not give me chance.
Whenever a senior official tell you go there, it means you are deputizing. Period. And not debate.
So looking for bidding.
Maggie was the Minister of State.
So what Minister of State got to do with LTA finding their bidding?
The Minister of State is the principal assistant in the office of the president.
But Steven, got to come in.
So when Comrade won't bid bathroom behind a bidding, they will go to Minister of State say, yeah, won't bid.
If it has to go to the president office, yes. He's the
chief
of staff.
And you think I'm budgeted for?
I'm speaking more to you.
You think I'm budgeted for? They don't go. Do you think I'm budgeted for?
I'm not giving you an opinion. The Minister of State, I repeat, I'm going to learn this. Is the chief of staff in the office of the president and the principal assistant.
You new to government. You've not working government more than 10
I think I'm working government longer than you.
So no,
I'm working government longer than you.
No, it's not true.
Guys, one at a time. Guys, one at a time.
Let me tell you the advantage.
Let me pause you guys for a minute.
Most of y'all went in government. Y'all went there.
Steven Johnson, I beg you guys. No. Guys, let me pause both for you 1 minute. Let Dwalu come in. You settle down a little bit. We're begging you. Dwalu, please come in.
I will not address it. Yeah, sure.
No, you sure?
I'm sure. I'm talking about it.
I will come back to come.
So let me move to my second point. My second point is to buttress what Dr. Francine said. And she struck a very important point that we have to pay attention to. How does $4.6 million investment in a building impact your regulatory authority? How does it improve your capacity to regulate? And she said something very important also. If, for instance, you don't even have a sustainable website, for example, you don't even have a strong enforceability measure to ensure that you collect all of your legitimate revenue, wouldn't it make economic sense if you say, instead of us engaging in a long-term project to situate ourselves as a company in a building, what if we invest $1 million into improving our revenue base? How can we create awareness by letting more people know about how can we enforce our collection by setting up some other enforcement measure to ensure that all of the companies, the cell phone companies, I think they call them MNOs or something, be able to comply in compliance. So that's the point. That's from that angle that the person spoke. She didn't really say that it's not important for them to have their own. She was saying the value for money versus how does it impact your ability to regulate the sector and bring in more revenue. I thought that was it. And the third thing, and I'll close on this. When we see we have to build the capacity of Liberian businesses. We have to build the capacity of Liberian businesses. Far too often, when we you get $4.6 million contract to a Lebanese firm. There has to be a law that says whenever government gives a contract to any firm, foreign firm, a percentage of that contract must be allocated for Liberian businesses. It must be a rule. It must be a procurement rule. So if you have women engineers, for example, women engineers are considered a minority. How can they compete with male engineers? How many times in Liberia people rather think that a woman can be an engineer and CEO? You know, in America, when they give public contracts, minority businesses must have a certain percentage. We have to do so. $4.6 million to a Lebanese, we can rally at least 10, 15, 20 Liberian businesses to build a fence. That fence didn't require any technical specialized skills that only Lebanese have. That fence can be built by a Liberian construction firm. So we split the contract into two and say, for all of the non-highly technical work that you don't have the expertise in Liberia, like building fence, doing other things, it will go to Liberian. The rest of the contract on the technical side can go to the company that has the expertise. I just thought to make that point, Stanton. Thank you.
Spencer, first of all, I posted something in the chat room a couple of days ago. The conglomerate of Liberian engineers reached out and they really want to come on the show going forward. It's in the chat room. It's there. Take a look at it. And they reached out to me for the matter. And I want to say another thing too. That fence you see over there, I will be very, very conservative. $200,000 to pay the people, put some money in their pocket. 100,000 can build a fence because of 7 acres. The money they give them is way too much. Yes, another thing I'm going to say about BMC. Now, I'm going to disagree with Fagon slightly. This is the reason why. When somebody is going, I don't care who deputizes him, when somebody is going to inspect something, there is an expectation of certain expertise that person has to understand what they're inspecting. Fagon is coming from the information ministry. This is about land issues. This is about construction and what the company is. I don't think Fagon was the right person to send there, even if Honorable McGill deputized him. Honorable McGill, I really believe, shouldn't have any say in whatsoever was happening over there. I don't think the level that will reach to the president's desk is not about building some building in shuffling. It should not be reaching the president's desk. But there was a period in Liberia where McGill was literally involving every single construction in the country. For what reason? Let Liberian people decide.
Including why he was sanctioned for the East International.
I understand that. And here's the thing. Look, we have agencies in the country. The agencies that we have in the country have statutory mandate. I don't know whether the construction operations fall under the Ministry of Public Works, and I think this is where it should go. They should be making sure this happens. But what we're doing, people are usurping their functions. They are going beyond the bounds of their function, and this is not how an organization that should be functioning well works. If we don't go with the structure of the organization, we cannot build institutions. And Stanton, I will stop right there. Then my brother Fagon come in.
And I just wanted to sort of add what Stephen was saying. Yeah, I wasn't questioning the need for a regulatory body like the Liberian Telecommunication Agency. I was saying in a country that doesn't even have its own website, in a country that doesn't even have desk phone at the hospitals, in a country where people are still complaining about the cell phone company ripping it off on the weekends, okay? Yet instead we're spending $4.6 million on building a building that will only cater towards the employees of that company versus Liberians at as a whole. That's what I was trying to say. If we look at, how Liberians are, a majority of Liberians are getting ripped off, yeah, we will be speaking for them. If we talk about a government website, that's in the interest of all Liberians. Okay, so that's what I was speaking about. I wasn't talking about there's no need for like a regulatory body. I'm just looking for the amount of money that are using to build a building versus the amount of money that can be used for using something that will be functional for all Liberians. That's all.
So before we bring in Fagon, so when we get into a story, guys, when Spoon get into the story, a lot of people watching. So we'll be bringing Patrick Honda that will be giving a piece on these stories. But let me say this real quick. You are right. I don't know if it was Mame or Stevie. This contract was awarded to another group, Liberian owned, and we'll be bringing the gentleman on. He said because they refused, they offered to give kickback. LTA kicked them out. I'm not going to say, so it's going to be very interesting. We are bringing him on the show tonight to speak. He got a lot of documents, but let's go to Minister Fagon while we bring in Patrick Honda. Minister Fagon.
Well, thank you, Stanton. And let me say thank you to my fellow panelists. Let me state for the record here, I'm not a PR person for LTA, but I think this issue raises concern for us on the platform and how we do business. And here is why. When a person comes on and you say, I think we need to bring you back to dig deeper, I think we need to bring that person rather than operate from our opinion using it as fact. So first, I'd like to address the issue quickly with my friend Stephen Johnson. I don't know, you said you were in government before me. I agree. I don't know your level in government, but I serve as an official of government at the capacity of a deputy minister, not a director or anything.
Your first time in government, some of the mistakes in government.
You say you went to, you see, and I am
but you know what? Yeah, your first time in government.
Steven, the man, right? Get a man chance now. Let him defend himself too.
Steven, maybe you director or technical director. This is Deputy Minister Eugene Fagon. We were not on the same level when we entered government because according to your statement, you enter government to learn government. I enter government to serve the people, not to learn government. That should have been learned in school. They have there government. You can learn government, local government and all. You have to do that. If you didn't learn it in school, you go in the government to go learn it. I don't know what government you learn it in. But I want to say to you, when you're sitting with the Minister of State, please take a pen because I want you to come back to correct me if I'm wrong. By law, the Minister of State, I didn't say by my opinion, by law, the Minister of State is the principal assistant in the office of the president, period. I will repeat it because I had to memorize it or into the act. Secondly, the Minister of State is the chief of staff in the office of the president, two functions. Therefore, people who serve Magé as powerful may not know that by law, these two things exist. So when you go into the office of the president, you want to do something, and the president of the republic, Joe Bwaka, is not there. Whoever the Minister of State is, he is the assistant, and you have to deal with him, turn the documents, explain to him, brief him. It's chief of staff and special assistant, two function by law. Other people did not use it because other presidents stepped on them. But in Joe Bwaka government, it will be used the same. And the Minister of State is often referred to on the side as the Prime Minister. Now, let me proceed with, I ask you, you said, by the time
nowhere Minister of State referred to as Prime Minister. Nowhere.
I said, we in the government circle.
Nowhere. Only in CDC government. Ellington, no Minister of
State. We beg you, Brother Stephen. Let Brother Fagon finish.
When Jesus Christ said, I am the way, the truth, and the
how
life.
many gave me them there?
You scared. Stephen Johnson, calm down. Don't be scared. You dealing with Fagon. Don't be scared. I want to deal with you. When you said,
I really want us to have that conversation.
I said, Stephen, man, let me finish. We got to go to other business.
Yeah, but I will respond to you first before we go to that business.
Once you give almost 45% of the money to a contractor, you should expect over half of the work. No, Stephen, that's why I asked you, when was the contract given? Go and check. The contract was given about 6 months ago, which was into the rainy season. Did they tell you they didn't have the money? No. they said, okay, we are in the rainy season, we have real work done, so and so. Time, which is the dry season, that's when most construction starts. Having said that, Dr. Francine said, we just don't want a building for employees. Dr. Francine, this thing was hatched as a result. Hear me, all of y'all take your pen. The telecommunications industry, it was reviewed between Orange and Lone Star. They raked in $150 million.
That man not gonna be talking about it. That's what it be.
No, but you are not
We gotta go now.
If you bring $150 million, does that give them the right to build a building for themselves instead of serving it like rent people?
That's a reason.
All right, guys, we gotta go. Guys, we gotta go. We then draw.
You don't understand government. How you
Dr. Richardson. All right, guys, I have to mute everybody. I have to mute everybody because we have to go. We have to go. Fagon, I beg you. It's very important. Yes,
and I will respectfully
but Stephen, wait. Fagon, wait. Stephen, Fagon, wait. Dr. Richardson, wait, guys. We have Patrick Hona, Connor Gray, and we got Mr. Victor B. Fagon, wait. I'm begging you, wait. We got Mr. Victor B. Smith. He's about to talk to us about that whole contract from LTA. Fagon, you get 30 seconds to finish up. I'm begging you, please.
Okay.
And please give me 30 seconds, Stanton.
Tire mail.
Please give me 30 seconds too.
$150 million brought in between Lone Star and Orange. The wisdom behind this was that these people tell us how much they make. We don't know. We don't have any means of tracking them. So it's time to modernize our Liberia telecommunication sector where every call that is made, we can see it coming through. We can see how much you make from a center. It's not just a building for employees. It is a technological building that is meant to help us generate more revenue than we are earning now. And that's the wisdom behind it. Don't bring debate if you cannot stay in the debate.
Stanton, let me just...
So hold on, Steven, guys.
Your time finished.
Steven, hold on. Fagon, you're done. No interruption. We're going to go to Steven 30 seconds, Dr. Richardson 30 seconds. We got to bring Victor.
Yeah, 30 seconds too. No, man,
you see, come on, finish. Then you won't get a man on fairly 30 seconds.
You started first.
If you say something, he must bring me back. If that's the one he's taking.
I told you that
but you are finished. And I finished. You
spoke first. I spoke second. You spoke 10.
All right, so Steven, go ahead. Steven, focus on me, Steven. Please go ahead.
Go.
So let me say this. And I think, Stanton, part of the reason why the CDC government struggled in its ability to deliver to the Liberian people was because they did not take into consideration putting in people position with the institutional knowledge. In most country, for you to reach the level of deputy minister, there has to be some kind of upward career mobility of that country. There has to be. Imagine, if you look at the leap, Fagon, this is not an argument. If we both of us,
I beg you, don't call Fagon name.
You got 30 seconds. Our PB here in government, So let me that other one.
You don't know the Constitution.
So let me school you a little bit about government.
When you finish, I will show you the Constitution.
Let me school you a little bit.
So that you can become president.
Oh my God, we gotta go,
every time they call the name McGill, I know
leave Fagon name. But leave a name. Yeah, just leave a name.
Every time the name McGill is mentioned on this show, people get uneasy.
Who?
And if McGill's role in the government, as stipulated by my colleague, was at the days, then why would McGill be central for his involvement in East International when he was simply performing his role?
If he did something wrong, shouldn't he be?
You talk the guy would not give people chance, but still don't forget it. Let's move on, my man. The Liberian people make that own judgment.
Yeah, but we have a good conversation. But Steven, I'm begging you, Fagon. But Fagon, you gotta get
You
No,
get
you
how much
gotta
knowledge
give
on
me
the
a chance.
constitution? You just
You
say
can't
constitution
maintain a
reason.
second
No problem. I can come back to you. I can come back to you, but you gotta be quiet.
You think
I'm
constitution like
talking to you.
magazine? You think why people don't
Okay,
take
but
constitution to the Supreme Court to interpret? You think
let
like your
have-
magazine just take that reason that air? You think if constitution was that?
All right, guys. It would be better.
But you
We
think
could
it's supposed to
make.
live for your
Guys, still
interpret?
1 minute. It would be better. Let's welcome. Guys, listen. Steven, I beg you. No, Steven, wait. We're gonna bring in Victor Smith. Steven, wait. We're gonna bring in Victor. Guys, I gotta mute both of you. I gotta mute both of you. I have to mute both of you. Just stop. Mr. Smith, Mr. Victor Smith, forgive us. This is how we do the show. But welcome to the Spoke Talk. Can you unmute yourself, Victor Smith? We need to have this conversation with you. We come back to Fagon and Steven. But let's have this conversation. Talk to us about yourself, please. Who are you? And which company do you represent?
Anyway, good evening. And thank you again for getting me on the show tonight. By way of name, my name is Victor Smith. I'm a civil structure engineer, and I happen to work at the Ministry of Public Works from cadet up to the level of acting Minister for Public Works before I left 2014. And since then, I've been working in the private sector, running the Alliance Consulting Engineers. And our strength is into designing of all kinds of structures, both vertical and linear structures. We design bridges, we design buildings, and we've been in this business for over 6 years now. But
what do you know about the LTA facility we are talking about?
Anytime I hear the commissioner comes out to talk about this building, I let the Liberian people know, the commissioner is one of the person who really manipulated that whole system and got Liberians out of it. Sometimes, a couple of years back, they put out a bid, and we participated in the bid. I designed that building, and if you can help me, you can put that structure on and see how it looks like. And we built a model, and we presented the model to LTA. And LTA, in the wisdom, manipulated the bid again, and we took the issue to PPCC. Actually, there were 3 companies. One, Edcon Engineering, which is a Lebanese company. AEP is a Liberian-owned company, and myself. We went to the presentation, that particular Edcon Engineering. Their papers were just all over the place. They were not organized. And the AEP and myself, because these 2 firms, we are competitors, we take part into a lot of bids. We're much more organized. And I built a model. Even if you go to the office, the model is still there. And when the result came out, they said Edcon Engineering had no experience in any structural work, was the one to get a job to. So we took the case to PPCC, and PPCC reviewed the document and cancel and send it back to them for retendering. We did tender again. This time, they eliminated us. For reason, they eliminated us and said we didn't answer the questions right because they had something under their sleeves. So we ourselves, as a business entity, we decided to do research. And the fact of the matter is, the company that they gave that work to was even awarded before it even came out for bid. So my colleague and myself said, the day is for them. And in fact, we're among themselves. There were some other friends who thought that we were qualified, a Liberian firm qualified to do this kind of work. And as eavesdropping, we were told that because we are against CDC, we're not for CDC, so they can't give us work. And it took that work away. In a real engineering situation, I've been in this business for 26 years. You can do construction anytime, anywhere. So the issue of it raining, you can't construct, doesn't hold grounds. But you see, in this country, we have to be sincere with ourselves. If we want to build this country, only Liberians can build it. But the very fabric of our country, especially the economic fabric of the country, is taken over by most of the foreigners. And this is really hampering our business. In 2017, I introduced ready-mix concrete in this country because I practiced in America for 14 years. My last job was with the State Highway of Maryland, SHA. So when I returned home in 2010, I decided to go, after I worked for the government, I decided to go into business. I brought in ready-mix concrete plant. Now everybody, the Seti Brothers, the Supreme, they are manufacturing cement. They are also producing ready-mix concrete. They are also into steel. There's a monopoly now that they can import steel because only Seti Brothers manufacture steel. And I also did an extensive test on the material, the steel from Seti. It failed. But yet instead, they are forcing us to do these things because somebody somewhere is being greased. And these are things that are bad for our economy. At a certain point in time, in the 6 years, I had to struggle. And I was doing work for USAID, GIZ, because the people know the quality of work we do. Now I'm doing a $1.7 million work, TVET Institute that I designed, and it's under construction. But people just overlook engineers in this place here. And if you want to build this country, one good institution you got to work with are the engineers. Everything you do, starting from get them in the morning to go to work, is engineering. So Ms. Zakba can come here and try to ice in things that we don't know. That job was even arranged before he even went to bid. And I think they should really do a detailed search on that. I mean, and these are Liberians. You are hurting. So these things, if Joseph Boakai going to succeed, you got to tackle that thing.
So thank you, Victor. We're going to come there. Allow us to ask you some questions. Again, welcome to the show, Patrick Honard, Connor Gray. We're going to be asking you questions, Victor, because you're coming from the other side to say that, listen, all these things Commissioner Zakba is saying, they are not 100% true. Do you have any document that you like to share with us about your bid, about your communication with PPCC, the Public Work and LTA?
Yeah, we can furnish you with those documents. We sat with the PPCC people and told them that.
Thank you. So while you do that, because we have a Nelson in communication with you, Patrick, welcome to the Spoon Talk, man. Your take in this LTS issue, hearing what Victor just said.
A great pleasure. What I would not want to do is to delve into the specifics of that contract. And there's a reason why I do not want to do so, because I'm actually conflicted with this. I'm on the cluster specifically of the Liberia Telecommunications Authority, and I have pretty much significant information about what is happening there. And we've submitted our report already to the transitional team, so it is going to be unfair to start speaking to the specifics of it, but I can assure people that for the most part, the information provided us by the Board of Commissioners at the Liberia Telecommunications Authority are inserted in our report. I'm a little disturbed by the pattern, and I want to go back to this. I'm a little disturbed by the pattern of fire incidents across government institutions. I think this is beyond coincidence. I think this is clearly an act of sabotage. Given the pattern, is fair enough now to assume that this is sabotage, given the pattern, and you have some people with security knowledge. Once you start talking about patterns here, you start getting disturbed. First, it was at NTA, then it went to Finance Ministry, then it came to Transport Ministry, now at LTA, and people are even joking. People are even saying, where next? The next schedule for fire case from the government. I think there is some motive. The motive may not necessarily be to burn down or to burn important documents, but that building LTA is in for an information. It's a private building that was leased. So imagine what has happened for the next leadership or the same leadership or whatever the case may be, depending on what the president-elect decides to do. Extra burden and all of that, not necessarily burning down documents, because in this particular instance, across government institutions, you won't believe that there are people volunteering to give information out. So for anybody to think that you can burn sensitive documents is foolhardy. To tell you the truth, is foolhardy. There are people willingly availing themselves to provide sensitive information out. On the specifics of that building, as I said, I will not delve into it. I know I have an idea of it because that was discussed. And some of the information are already here coming across, but I will not go into that. And I just want to give the others an opportunity to pose questions to Mr. Smith. I know Mr. Smith very well. He once served as acting minister at the Ministry of Public Works. And Happy New Year, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much, Patrick. It's good to have you on Spawn. Let me bring in Dwadu, Dr. Richardson, Stephen, Minister Fagon, and Conor Gray. Dwadu, the issue about this, bidding now. Will I leave the fire now because it have been resolved, false alarm? Let's come to the LTA building issue, Dwadu.
And let me say this, Mr. Smith, welcome to the show. We appreciate your presence. I want to say that before I ask you my question, the issue about the steel, the post-steel, post-serious structural risk in the country, according to the building they're building. You could see building collapsing in our country. And another thing I want to point out, I don't care how anybody describes this. Call it xenophobia if you want. If you went to Lebanon today, to Syria, not a single Liberian firm will be able to win a contract, even if they're qualified. I believe personally, no society, no country should come to Liberia. Even if you're more professional, you should have beneath the authority of a Liberian firm. Do the work on a Liberian firm, however it takes. But I will ask you this, Mr. Smith. Do you believe that the bidding process that you went through for this contract, do you believe it was fair, consistently throughout, as mandated by law?
No, it was not fair at all.
And why would you say
that? Why would I say that?
Yeah.
We have source of information too, and from the inside source, right? I gave you some of the information that one of the things they had against us was we are not supporter of CDC. So that was the first mark they had against us. And our inside source, of which we can, reveal because of their own safety and thing to us, clearly, that Victor, you guys are qualified, your bid was the best, but it comes from upstairs. You can't win this bid. Forget it. And as the government changes hand and the president-elect takes office, a lot of things will be revealed. And that particular bid, things will be revealed. Because by that time, people will not be afraid of losing the job. But they themselves were under tremendous amount of pressure about this bid that they couldn't give it to us because it was already prearranged. So yes, after the 22nd, information will come up, more information will come up. And in fact, I can even tell you more. When I started preparing for the bid, a very close friend of mine came to me and he was clear. He said, Victor, I got information that bid it's already arranged for somebody else. And I told him that I was going to challenge it because I want to do everything I could professionally to present the best. And of course, I presented the best. And then they knew when we presented our bid document and the model, because we were using highest standard of competition, everybody in that room turned their head and they couldn't believe that was a Liberian doing that kind of work. But again, it was the
Mr.
second
Smith?
serving before I'm serving.
Okay.
So
Thank
yes.
you so much, Mr. Smith. And my next question before the other guys come in is that, look, guys, if we're going to develop, we got to hone the skills back home. It's not alienating another society. They do it everywhere across the globe. It's not alienation. We got to develop locally. It doesn't mean other people can bid, but you bid with Liberians in authority. You can work beneath Liberians. That's how it's done everywhere in the world. And my next question to you, Mr. Smith, is this: why do you think the other people won the bid? And can you rationalize that? Why do you think they won the bid?
I think the reason would be somebody palm got greased. That I can prove. But if you look at it ethically and look at all the qualifications of any structure that is presented, we took everything into consideration. So there were I told you that there are two firms in this country that really do good engineering work. If you want quality work, talk to Alliance and talk to AEP, that is owned by one of my senior friends, Savannah's Okono, because we are competing every time, and they see the quality of. If you had the time, I will share some of the photos with you. The TVET Institute that was designed, even the LIPA Center. There's a LIPA building on the Ralphie Highway that was designed by my company and was constructed. The community college in Grand Bassa County extension, we designed that. In Nima County, the extension of the Cotton University Library, we designed that. So we are not joking. We are serious-minded engineering firm in this country, and we can look at our own system. And I know, and we know, and I know a lot of people that are commissioned on there. They know our qualifications, and they know where we come from. Well, it was party mandate, so they had to act.
Thank you, Colonel Gray.
Good day, everyone. Gentlemen, Mr. Johnson and Mr. Fangon, sometimes emotional intelligence. The quotient part is what makes someone mature. And sometimes you have to listen and swallow and move on. But anyway, that's the game. But Mr. Smith, hello, my brother. One of the things that puzzles me is the fact that we are one of few nations with an embedded clause in our constitution that talks about race. You have to be of the Negro descent to be citizen of our country. On the contrary, we're being held hostage by folks who are not of Negro descent. So that tells us something is faulty with our intelligence. The fact that you have a Liberian competing for a piece of work and then you skip them over somebody, else, that is in itself is fundamentally wrong. And I agree with Dwalu. If you went to Ghana to bid for anything there, you can even be of Negro descent, you can be from West Africa, the Ghanaian firm will take precedent. There is absolutely nothing wrong with us adapting that system. But then that goes back to say that it's also a two-headed monster. Some of our Liberian, local organizations or company, they really don't perform the task when they're given the opportunity. And that muddies the water for others. What I will ask you, my brother, is that
Have you seen any need for reform of that PPCC structure or anything that awards contract? It's sometimes like a society bush. Nobody hears about it. It's not public because in this country, before any of those kinds of ventures are are baited out there to the public will hear it. It will be in the public domain for some time. We used to publish those things in the paper, not anymore. Now, do you see any reason for any need for reform in our PPCC structure, sir?
Uh, the PPCC laws, from my understanding and what I've read, it has good rules. But what's happened is that people in positions sometimes manipulate that particular rule, that particular law. Sometimes they negotiate outside of the contract. But yes, there will be publication, there will be request for expression of interest, and they will follow it. But it will just be a mere satisfaction of the law. So by the time they get to the end, before you get to the end, it means they have already somebody in mind to get it to be the winner. That's what happens. So you really don't need any reform for the law. You just need for people to stick to the law. If you're qualified, get in the job. If you're not qualified, don't get any job. Because in the bidding process, there's a clause there that you must show your experience in doing similar works. And vividly, you explain all of that. There's no clause, there's another portion there called methodology. How you think you will carry the work out successfully. It's a whole narrative by itself. And that would take a very good engineer a day and a half to write a very good narrative, a very good methodology. And we did all of that. So you should look at the records. We are not just pushed over. We are seasoned engineers. And our colleagues know us. When we are in a competition, they mean everybody's putting the best to it because we will make sure every stone is turned over to see what is in it. So to answer your question, you better need any reform in there. You just need the people to stick to the law and let them have a fair playing field. And let the laminization let it manifest itself. For me personally, I'm not begging anybody to award me contract. Award me contract, my company's contract based on my experience. And the record is there. We have worked for many of the organizations in this country.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Smith.
Before you leave me, let me just add one important note. There's something they call forensic structural engineering work. The EU had an old building that they built in 1965. And guess what? EU were looking for a structural engineer coming from out of the country to come and do that forensic engineering analysis. And somebody said, go to Alliance. And they came to us. And we did that forensic structural engineering work, provided solution, and now the structure is standing there now. How in heaven will you tell us that we are not qualified with these multinational companies or countries coming to us to do this kind of work? I just want to add that there.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Everyone had the chance to ask the question.
One question.
We got to go, Conor Gray. Let's do it one question each.
Let me ask you now. Now, when it comes to us,
Conor Gray, we got to go. We just
come back. We're entitled to one question because I heard others asking two questions. Why me one?
Conor Gray, we got to go. I beg you. One question. Yeah, I beg you. Dr. Richardson, can you ask me one question? We got to come to the BMC issue. We got to come to Buffalo Chamber. What we are hearing from the Supreme Court that they probably sent a message to the National Election Commission to do another recount or to go to another voting process. If it is true, we have to discuss the buffer chamber issue. We got to discuss other issues. I'm not trying to sanction you to one question, but again, we got to leave from here by 7, and we got 40 more minutes. Please consider. Dr. Richardson?
I really have a comment to make, but I would just ask Mr. Smith, you mentioned that somebody did not stick to the law in awarding the contracts. Do you want to speak more about that? Who do you think didn't stick to the law, or is there a tendency of people in the past government to not speak to the law? Is there any specific example that you know of that you'd like to mention here tonight?
I just don't want to make any sweeping allegations, but looking at the PPCC law, comparing with what LTA did, I think there was some foul play in it. And anybody who goes there, I could challenge them. Let them go through the records. Because we took this case to PPCC, and PPCC saw the errors that LTA made. And they canceled that particular evaluation and told us to go back. So clearly, there was an error. So it came from their side.
Thank you very much. My question to you before the other guys come in to finish up is, you talk about kickback. Who received kickback? Who gave kickback on these contracts?
Is that done? In the face of God, you want me to call somebody in here?
This is phone talk. You are free to do so.
You know, I had a very close friend, and I spoke to him one time, and I said, what is happening in your party? What you guys doing there? He said, Peter, you want me to call somebody that needs so the bro can come behind me too? But the fact of the matter is, this particular process, I still have a doubt. This process needs to be investigated thoroughly. Even the value of the building needs to be evaluated. I can't pinpoint anybody, and I don't want to. But what I can...
Was there any kickback given, Mr. Smith?
That I told you I can prove. No. I can prove. Okay, but in the way they ran the tender process, it means there was a foul play.
Okay. Who next? Mr. Eduardo and Fagon. Stephen, did you go?
I think it's me.
Eduardo spoke already, so Stephen, then Fagon will take us home. Fagon, we just lost Stephen. You want to come in?
Okay. Let me say good evening to Brother
Fagon. Stephen is back. I won't keep you for last, Fagon. Let Stephen go ahead. Stephen. All right, sorry. People call Stephen, then he get off. So go ahead, Fagon. Stephen will come back later.
Stephen is on.
Go ahead, Fagon.
Okay. Let me state for the record, Brother Victor Smith is a good friend of my brother, Judah Allison, my biological brother, Judah Allison. And so I just want to put that on the record. Yeah, but you know, we were a very long time, way back. So
That's
I want the record to reflect that. But anyways, Vic, if this happened to you, I'm so sorry. And if the investigation proved that it did happen, I'll be one of the persons in the forefront to actually go to battle for you, because I am a nationalist. I'm known in the country as a nationalist. I don't bite my tongue. So I'm so sorry hearing this tonight. I'm taken aback. But let me ask you these quick questions that you can just put in your answer. What was the total bid amount from your company? And if you don't mind, tell us, you know, a little bit of what you would have done differently as a company. Because the reason why I'm asking you, too often at time, we see a contract given to a company for $4 million. When the professionals such as yourself come, they look at it and like, this is not $4 million. This thing can be done for $2 million. The Liberian people are watching tonight. They've heard about $4 million. They're juggling now. You, a structural engineer right here.
Fagon, 4.8 million. 4.8.
Okay, that's almost $5 million now, Victor. Now, so my question to you will be, What was the total bid amount? What would your company have done differently? And how is it that, the BMC got involved? And how long would you have taken to erect the structure for the Liberian people? So in short, I'm just saying they gave it to them, but tell us, you the Liberian, what could you have done differently and with what amount and how was it going to go? Just quickly.
Yeah, quickly, the building has two parts for you to get a full telecommunication structure. You have the building itself and you have the equipment. So what we estimated for, because our expertise are not in selecting telecommunication equipment, our bid price came to around 3.8 million for the structure. That's what we were looking at. So I don't know how they got, maybe they were looking at different things, but that's why our proposal for what we designed was looking at. The second thing is that construction work can go anytime. You don't have to wait until the rain stops. You have a window opportunity to do foundation work at any time. And you can do that because in a construction period, there will be in Liberia 6 months of rain. So you have to religiously look at the weather report. Certain work can be done at certain time. You can pour concrete in the rain, but when you do good foundation work, you wait for the day that you have sun, and you pour your foundation and you pour your footings. Those are things that you can do. So basically, if we were the one to be the designer and supervising engineer, who are working within those schedules, and we're looking at full completion operation within 12 months and a defect liability period within another 12 months. So the defect liability period would be we'll have to monitor the building and see what's happening, if there's any fault that was done by the contractor. But the construction period would be around 12 months. That's how we estimated it.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Stephen.
Mr. Smith, how are you?
Hi, Stephen. Thank you.
Good to see you. My question would be a little different from what everybody's asking because I had a couple of questions, but since we're narrowing it to one, I'll stick to it. If I heard you, let me just say this first. I'm a strong believer of the liberalization policy. I'm one person who has always argued that Liberian firms and businesses must be empowered to do so. We have to ensure that our laws are made in such a way that it forces these companies and other entities to ensure that certain percentage of that funding will go to Liberian businesses. I support that 100%. But I was a little taken aback when you said there are only 2 Liberian firms that you can point to do professional work. I was a little taken aback. And the reason I was taken aback is simple. While we push for Liberianization, we have to push for them to do standardized work. We cannot be pushing for Liberianization and at the same time be dealing with the issue of having firms that cannot do standardized work. So if we have only 2 companies that you can point to that can do the kind of work, then it shows that there's a problem. It either means that most of our engineering firms don't have the capacity, and as such, they cannot compete with their foreign counterparts. And also, too, that because we do not have any industrial standard, it means that it does not go across the board. Now, you've worked in the U.S. I was fortunate to work on a project where I supervised both horizontal and vertical engineers, though I'm not an engineer, but I supervised them from the business end. There are standards. For example, if you're building roads and bridges, there are conventional standards. There are standards for companies to meet before they can get their license. If they're building the house, there are building codes that before every house must have X, Y, Z. All those things are based on science. In Liberia, I don't see that. I don't see any building codes. People build homes based on their own discretion. Whether those homes meet codes for certain locations, nobody cares. How can we improve Liberian businesses to the extent that they can be competitive?
Thank you again. There are a lot of other firms in Liberia, but sometimes when you come to this kind of discourse, you look at your main rivals.
So you promoting your
and AP is one of the guys that we are competing with.
you got do free for this man. Yeah, better.
Sorry, AP is the one that we always compete with. If AP is in a tender process, you got to be on your toes as compared to the other engineering firms, and that's what I meant. So I didn't mean that there's no other firms here. There are other firms here, but when it comes to work,
yeah, you can hear me.
Yes,
you good.
You
good. We hear you.
No, I was saying what the stand-up, the kind of work. You know, most of the time, Liberian firms will complain about stand-up.
Yeah, look, since I've been in public works, Liberia has not written a standard code of construction for themselves. Maybe it's somewhere, or I haven't seen it. But what we have from the US, the ACI code for concrete, the ASCI for steel construction, the masonry, the IBC, those are codes that we use to design structures here. So hoping that whosoever will go to public works next coming term, you can put a premium on that so we can start writing our own codes. Because you have qualified people here. People can do these things. We have done in other countries. But all we are asking for is to give us the opportunity for us to prove ourselves. So that's what I meant. I know there are other firms here now, but AEP is the guy that I'm always in stiff competition with. That's why I said that.
Thank you very much, Victor A. Smith. We want to say thanks for joining this phone. We'll invite the commissioner, the chair, Awena Zapat, will come and let us know more about these different situations at LTA. We just want to be grateful to God that she took our course today and she answers a few questions. Want to say, Victor, thank you a lot. And if you come with sponsor, please don't hold back. If you get something on anybody receiving kickback or giving kickback, just let us know. I know you do, but you're afraid to say it. We'll protect you with some security at your home. Don't worry. I mean, for the next 2 weeks, we're gonna show you that we'll send security to your place. Don't be afraid.
Then beyond the next 2 weeks, what happens?
You'll be in there today.
Yeah, but anyway, thank you for the opportunity, for allowing me to come on Spoon tonight. And I think you guys have been doing a very good job, not just for yourself, but also for the country. There are issues in this country that we can solve, but we need a collaborative effort. Give us a place. One of the things you gave Seti Brothers monopoly to bring in steel.
Yeah, that's a mess up thing, and this steel that they gave to him, most of that is not international standards. So you're right. We're gonna have this argument. Thank you very much, Victor. Thank you for being with us today. We appreciate your time.
So thank you very much, and thank you, and good night to everybody.
Good night, sir. Thank you. Again, a relative to Fagon, but as you know, he's related to Eugene Lamy Fagon, and Fagon decided
No. The problem y'all can get with me, I said my brother friend, he see you. Anyway, you didn't take your medication today.
I don't live with medication, but we heard you. He's your brother friend. So let me bring this. Let me bring this other conversation over real quick, guys. Can you imagine the idea that we are receiving information that Beaufort Chima probably he still fighting that case at the Supreme Court, and there will be an opinion coming from the Supreme Court, asking the National Election Commission to either recount or schedule another election. Your thought? Talk to us real quick on this issue. Fagon, let's start with you, Beaufort Chima and Williams.
Well, first of all, I don't know who's advising Beaufort Chambers, And I really don't know who's advising him. Whenever you come head to head, neck to neck, with your opponent who's perceived to be a nobody, a money changer, a school teacher, or a pastor, and in a race, a speaker with over $3 million budget for a period of 6 years to your office, amen. It means the people say they don't want you. In any given rational thinking, the fact that you are tied with this guy is a defeat. That's number one. Number two, these people had a meeting. I hope I had known earlier. I would have asked your producer to find it. They had a meeting, the people in Sodokan District. They said that if Buffer Chima does not stop, President Weah will pay the price. That they were going to vote against the CDC. Thank you, Dwalo. You remember it. And they sent a clear message to the president with a team that they don't want Buffer Chimba and he should stop fighting them or else they will fight the CDC. Now, if you're going to outspend this guy, you've outlived your time in the legislature to the point where it was Jeremiah Kuhn that had to donate X-ray machine to the hospital there. Why you and Stanton, permit me to say, I think somebody is playing funny politics by telling you some information. And here is why I say so. I don't believe for a second that the Supreme Court will let out something they want to do and by sending it back to the Election Commission to do a recount that you yourself were supposed to hear, or go back to do a rerun of the entire district. Unless, again, I still to be corrected, unless there were malpractices, and I'm going to use a word because they use it in the ruling, significant enough to alter the results. If not, if he's going to say there were one person who voted some kind of way, I understand it, my brother, the brother will still beat him. So I'm just going to conclude by saying to Buffer Chambers, the fact that you and this guy have 50-50, the score tie, you are in no position to say there is a tie. You were beaten. You're not supposed to be 50-50 with this man because you earned over $3 million to your office over a period of 6 months, 6 years, and you did all kind of legislative thing there, and you were there, and you were representative before even speaker, and you just need to let them be. After 15 years, let them be, they have decided, because I don't believe even the Supreme Court in her wisdom will let you go before them and tell them that after 15 years, I'm fighting for a job for a people that I did not serve well. And that is my honest opinion.
Thank you very much. And again, this is a good conversation that we can carry on. Conor Gray, Buffer Chima back to the Supreme Court. Probably there will be an opinion asking for recount or re-election.
You know, the reason why the Supreme Court was established as the last resort for the law is because it was designed for the appellate courts and the lower courts to exhaust the system, the legal justice. But it seems as though our Supreme Court, even penal seller having conflict, they're there to judge that plow. You take the subtlety out of the essence of a Supreme Court. A supreme, probably in the term of service, I think the court is established to meet twice annually or so. Maybe just once in a while they come in on constitutional matters. But the Supreme Court has become like every Tom, Dick, and Harry enters there to get, they bypass the entire justice system and just let's go to the Supreme Court. They're sitting down to judge, you know, cases that are supposed to be handled by the lower court. And I don't get the essence of that Supreme Court anymore. As for Buffer Chamber, this was the guy who saw putting some of the new banknotes on the table, trying to bribe people in the face of the world.
And in spite of that, it just shows that money cannot buy vote. And people who think that they're wealthy, they can go and bribe the common man. This guy's lost this election. He's just holding the progress of the very district or the very county he hopes to represent, or he has been representing in the last many years. He's holding them hostage. And these kinds of people should be discouraged from, even if I were a member of the Supreme Court, first thing we try to stop him from coming there. Go down to the appellate court, exhaust that system, and that's not a matter of constitution. This is a matter of people want to vote, and you're saying that let the elections commission handle that situation. Whatever the outcome from the elections commission is, that's it. Don't bring it here in our Supreme Court. But the guys will sit on every matter as though they're the lower court. So I don't know what the justice system. That's why I've called for reform of our justice system. It's comical. Every case goes there. Every case you think about, two construction company having a fight, let's go to the Supreme Court. What sort of Supreme Court is that? The extreme, the essence of that Supreme Court, man. Sort of, it's a bad time to be a justice because you be busy, like
Thank
you
you.
the regular court.
Thank you very much. Let me bring in Stephen Johnson.
I agree with Remy Gray to a larger extent. I think in our case we don't have the appellant court structure. So after the lower court, the person usually will just take flight to the Supreme Court. I stand corrected, but I know in the US they have, when you move from the lower court, you have to go to the appellant court before you go to the Supreme Court in Liberia. I don't think we have that appellant court in between there. That's why you see most of the cases will take flight to the Supreme Court. Look, Buffer, every time I hear the name Buffer Chimber, I think about corruption. Every time I hear the name Buffer Chimber, I think about public corruption. A guy who's been a legislature for over 18 years or more, or 18 years cannot point to anything substantial in his district in Plibo Soroke. Fagon struck a very important point. It was not until recently that Jeremiah Kun had to donate an X-ray machine at a hospital. Chimber, besides being a lawmaker, became speaker. Extra budget. Failed to be audited. Can I account for public money? And so, in his mind, a defeat for him does not represent the will and aspiration of the people. And this is the total disrespect to the Liberian people and the voters in Plibo Soroke district. For Buffer Chimers to be challenging the legitimacy of the people's vote when they stood in long queues on a harsh condition, blazing sun, in some cases rain, to vote you out. But you cannot believe that they did so. And so you want to play around with the law using subtle maneuverings. And this is wrong. Buffer Chimers should not be anywhere within 500-mile radius of a public facility. He's not a man of integrity. He has a checkered history. But it's sad, and the thing that baffles me is the desperation. People think that they must be government officials. They must be represented by all costs. If it means for us to take this thing to the Supreme Court, if we can't see redress in the Supreme Court, we'll go to heaven.
Isn't it the right thing to do, Stephen? Why are you beating our hands?
Look, Stanton, this is a delay tactic. Chimber has no case. He was booted out. He failed his people. He has no case. This is a delay tactic. The Electoral Commission ruled in favor of Williams. They did not see any merit in his case. The Electoral Commission did an investigation as a quasi judicial body, did an investigation for no merit. But he wants to cause delay. Look, let Chimber find place sit down. If that a PhD, that real PhD, go teach early. Comment your and part property. They put vote for you, you out, go buy reconsolidate, go teach early or somewhere, go teach in Maryland at Tubman University. offer expertise there. Maybe say yeah for now, the people feel sorry for you. Nonsense. Thank you, Stanton.
All right.
But,
Go ahead, Eduardo.
yeah, look, Honorable Fagon spoke with such exacting clarity on the issue of buffer. Nothing lead there to say. But I still got to talk something because I want to talk to the people in Plibo. When Papa Papa and respect, the disgrace you're going to get outside of my goat, it will pass mass. Who is Buffer Chamber to believe that the people of Silicon District should not have their own will? The National Elections Commission, as Stephen pointed out, already went through the entire process. In fact, the entirety of the district was re-examined, and they came up with a verdict. And that verdict was administered. Yet and still, the exacting clarity that was provided by Honorable Fagon, Chimba refuses, Janye, whatever his name is, he changed the name to Baba Chimba, refuses to accept this. I mean, how can we treat our people like this? But Dr. Abikrona Gray says something. Look, it takes away from the prestige and the supremacy of the Supreme Court. If anybody, me and Stephen Fair, we get each other government for real, I can't see the Supreme Court. That issue, back in the day, Stephen Papa will grab me and whip me, or Papa will grab me and whip me. They will make me Stephen go take back with feeling, we go play our Mawa and feeling. But this time, we just the Supreme Court, Stevie, I think you're right. We have to consider the appellate system where instead of everybody going to the Supreme Court, look, the Supreme Court is primarily for the interpretation of constitutional matters.
Buffer calling you, Eduardo. Can you?
Buffer cannot call me. Look, let me tell you what Buffer Chima did. When you start with GSA Junction, that man went Stevie the thing baby verbal. Why you getting the money?
He said, what a baby. Papa, when you call the baby, like, Papa Chimo.
The many chambers, but he said he got PhD.
I know.
No, they got sue me out.
He said, why all of the original the
Janye, that the man knew what boy.
Jala Lahin.
Yeah, something like that.
Jala Lahin, I think Jala Lahin.
Let me bring it back to Richardson.
What the man were you in Minnesota?
Dr. Richardson, the Chambers issue.
I have to go shortly, so I'll be very brief in my comment. I think he has the right to seek redress at the Supreme Court. But I do agree with what everybody said about his ability to lead his people. If he is right in terms of the votage count, then the Supreme Court will rule, So this is how I feel. But I strongly believe that he occupied that position for many years and has nothing to show for it. And Steve, I know you're mad tonight. When you talk about message, people go for a seat to sit.
No, I'm that's certain people knew I get first, that of first.
I know, but I'm
one bill. I said it need like bro, so I can get first. I know that.
Yeah. So the people of Green Today I'm sure they made the right choice, So I'm just letting them go, let the process play out. I don't think he's going to be successful in this process because I believe that the people of Green Today made the right choice. But it is his right. He can spend money however way you want.
Maryland.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Maryland. Thank you for the correction. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. Can we end on this beautiful note with 12 more minutes, 11 more minutes we got left? Monday will be the 15th. And we know we have already concluded, like probably every one of us, that Yombly will be the next pro tem. Fagon called Yombly 2 days ago, and I heard what Yombly told Fagon. Yombly will be the next pro tem. We can name those senators that will be voting by Yombly. Now one of them have said no. We can put their names up. They're also happy to vote for Yombly. This is from Musa Din, which of course never worked because Fagon and his group black those senators. Mame called for protest. So Musa Din left in the cold. Samara Molokoli left in the cold. But Yombly is like on a white ballot. It's very important to note. Let's talk about Fonati Kofal and Richard Coon chances. Where are we, guys? What are your sources telling you about Fonati Kofal first? Does he have to vote? Stephen Johnson, can you start with us?
I think stand up based on internal information we're getting, we think that Kun has now apparently taken some kind of lead, and this is primarily due to the involvement of the president-elect. Yesterday there was a meeting. You're listening to some of the lawmakers say that the constituent in which Kun chairs or heads have been able to gather sufficient member of the lower house in order to vote. The reason I'm a little skeptical is that because the history of how vote will take place in the legislature is a bit tricky. It's not emphatic. You cannot just say this person will win, unless in the case with Yombi, which of course, if she's on a white ballot, we can say we've seen decision to electing speaker take a U-turn, a dramatic U-turn, few hours to the voting. We've seen all of those things happen right before our eyes. And so, but I would think Kun will be a better pick. And the reason I believe so is because I think Kun's speakership is not intended to rival the administration and create unnecessary bureaucratic bottlenecks in order to stall the agenda of the government. I believe Kun will work in close concert with the GMB administration to ensuring that the arrest agenda and that the policies, programs, and agenda of the of the GMB's administration are implemented. In contrast, Fonati is not looking for a speaker position with the intent to want to transform Liberia, with the intent to want to work for the betterment of the country. He's doing so with the intent to promote his own interests, to use it as a bargaining chip against the government, and to create star wars, and to create unnecessary internal bickering, so as to hoodwink some of Ambassador Bwaka's policy and force the government to concede on several fronts. Fonati is conflicted. He has too many vested interests. His law firm represents too many law government agencies. And so being speaker will give him a negotiating power that if the government decides to, for instance, not do business with any of his do business with his firm, the ILG, he could refuse to bring some of the agenda on the floor. So this will be his role. His role will not be ensuring that the right things are done or that the government succeed. His role will be to stall the government. On that basis, I believe that he shouldn't be elected. I believe Kun is the better pick of the two, and that with what we're hearing, I'm a little bit convinced Kun will win, but I'm not too sure because it's legislative politics. Anything can happen. Stand up. Thank you.
Again, Stephen, the issue about let me bring in Fagon. Fagon, let us talk about Fonati Kofa chances and that of Richard Kun.
Stanton. Fonati Kofa going neck to neck with Richard Kun, you're responsible. Fonati Kofa should be in the lead. When you brought that list up, and I will allude to what Stevie Johnson said. When you brought that list up, what did I tell you? I said, wait until the 15. But between the 10 and the 15, you will hear something. And you and I talk in the background. The very people you saw on the list, Colonel E. Remy Gray, the pictures came up, they put in the vice president meeting. It's legislative politics, especially the independents. Yes, the old man brought out his atomic bomb, as we said before. People tried to use Fonati's U.S. citizenship. I said, put that thing one side. That thing don't work because right now we have dual citizenship. And the issue of who can be what and when they can be what, the U.S. government is not going to tell you whether Stevie is a U.S. citizen or not. We tried that thing before way back. They will say, no, they don't do that. It's a matter of policy. But what you said, what are you hearing? And I told you yesterday behind closed doors, Stanton, it was 28-26. But Richard Kun had the 28, and my man Kofa had the 26. However, it didn't take long. The old man threw down his atomic bomb. Yet still, there are maneuverings going on. People are maneuvering all around the place. People bringing outside their lives now. Because between now and the night of the 14th, I brought an example to Stanton. Stanton said, I will be patriotic. I said, Stanton, can you say the same for the guys in the town there? There is one thing a legislator will always consider. They will say, I'm not saying that's what they will do. But at the negotiation, when they see they want looking good, especially the independents, they will say, but wait now, if the old man step on me, I just go back to my people. I tell them, saying, you see, nothing can carry out how he behaving to you. I just say him negatively. But on the overall, the CDC-led government had the speakership and the deputy speakership. You've lived in this democracy. You've seen sometimes a Republican speaker and a Democratic president, as in the case now, a Democratic president, a Republican president, Democratic speaker Nancy Pelosi versus Trump. Today, it's Joe Biden versus this. But in our case, one of the reasons why I also believe that the old man is insistent on making Richard Kuhn his speaker, and all of us that support the rescue train in line like ducks, is because over the last 6 years, what has happened in that body, say what you want, was under a CDC's watch. And when the Liberian people came, they fired majority of the seditionists and those who supported their failed policies. You go in the House, boom, they took out 11 from the Senate. And I think they took out, I don't know how many from the House of Representatives, including all of their strong men, the Akaros Gray, the Solomon George. Why are you laughing for Conor Remy Gray? The buffer chamber you see you fighting for, they took them out. So, for their people to come out and say, give us a CDC speaker, is somewhat. But right now, I will say this with pride and dignity. Most people wish that that was not the case, Conor Gray, over the last 6 years. Because in a true democracy, Stephen, it would be sweet to see the opposition holding the speakership and the ruling party holding the presidency, because the establishment of the three branches of government was for the purpose of what? Checks and balances. But you've already exhausted your own 6 years now, and you want the old man to come and say, step on me? It's not going to work. It's not going to work. But right now, you say, what are we hearing? It's the question. Richard Kuhn is in the lead. Not a comfortable lead, but he's in the lead. And Funati is having his backdoor channeling going on. That I am hearing. And also, there's a spoiler. Two spoilers. Sorry. Two spoilers. What's his name from Nimba? Musa Ability and Thomas Fala. Those are the dangerous guys. One, on the other hand, hustling to have, you and I know, the chairman on the executive, ways and means, all those kind of positions. So the few he gathered, he's selling them. Oh, I got 8 mil. You're told me strong and get to you. Negotiation going on. Thomas Fala, on the other hand, supports for Nati Kofa, but he himself doing dating. I'm hearing. He's doing dating all behind the scene with his uncle. So in the next 3 days, we'll hear something, Stanton.
Thank you, Conor Gray.
You know, I think if Richard Kuhn becomes the speaker, it will not be due to his own effort. Because clearly I can see that he doesn't have the wherewithal to even deal his way through. Funadi, on the other hand, has gone vehemently behind his speakership because it's going after it like his life is dependent upon it. The only person that is helping, well, there are two individuals maybe that is strengthening Richard Kuhn. One, the president, the power of the presidency. So putting aside, especially in a new government, is so strong that you can't just overlook that. I was thinking that even the president at some point, even his own party cadres, meaning Kuhn, did not want him to be the speaker. That was the feeling I was getting at some point. Because either he was not reaching out to them, he was laid back. He's not a very pushful, forceful guy. But I think we cannot also overlook the support for Musa Belte. I continue to say there are certain people they may not meet your taste politically, but they know how to negotiate their way through certain things. And I think Belte throwing his weight behind Kuhn, that was huge. Well, whether or not Kuhn will become is we have yet to see, but I believe the legislative process itself, mostly in the House of Representatives, it's a different baby politically. Don't be sure until the die is cast. You wake up the next day and you hear something different. People can change just the last moment of the voting process. And I think Fonadi he has gone after this thing. And to be frank, it will be a difficult vote. Like I said, Kuhn will now, if he wins it, it's not because of Kuhn's effort. There are other factors, mostly the incumbency, the fact that the president elect wants him. That is huge, and that's the only thing. And about, I think the OMEC could work with either of them. Could work with either of them because I understand Funadi also has vested proximity to the president to be or the president elect. I don't know whether it's from the daughter side, I mean his wife's side or whatever, but I think he gets some proximity to the Ome. And but the Ome is somebody who holds everything to his chest. But you can see that he wants to run a smooth government, void of any obstruction. Yeah, politically, it would be nice to see a speaker that comes from the opposite side of the aisle. That makes democracy more interesting, as Fangon said. But my brother, the way I will have a compromised judicial system, that whole principle of checks and balance is in limbo. If you are the president, you have your way through and you rule with, contritely. Definitely, you run a beautiful government. But what's the need of checks and balance when everybody will be bending the rules anyway, including the judiciary? So I just hope to see this thing comes to an end soon. And if you ask me who I support, I would just say I'll watch the process. But I think Kun probably might likely win.
Thank you very much, kind of great. Stephen, while we closely on this thing, Unity Party and the Alliance, are they afraid of Fonati Kofa? If yes, why?
No. It has nothing to do with fear. It's just that the party sees the position of speakership as a strategic position, especially so when the speaker controls the agenda on the floor of the House of Representatives. And so because the Unity Party will be the head of the executive, and she believes that a lot of her programs and project will go through, or bills or whatever will go through the legislature. It will be important to have a smooth relationship in terms of not creating unnecessary hurdles to delay, because still you have to be strategic here. The Bwaka is coming, JMB is coming at a time when you just had a government that lost on the basis that it failed to deliver. There were lots of things happening, public corruption. Now, many Liberians expect that Bwaka will hit the ground running on day one, that he will create opportunities, that he will operationalize the war rescue. Now, for that to happen, you don't want a situation where you have a legislature that will be serving as as a hindrance to you hitting your to you getting that achieved. And so this is why the UP has specific interest in the elections, and not necessarily because the UP believe that having Kun, he will be a yes man. No, but because Kun comes from a position where he understands the global agenda. He understands the vision, the global vision of Joseph Boakai, as well as the specific vision of the Unity Party. And so the Unity Party believes that Kun will be in the best position for her to be able to achieve that agenda. I don't think Fonati, on the other hand, will be, the right person, because I'm still trying to wrap my head around, other than the fact that Fonati represents the opposition, what specific intent Fonati has, because, to become speaker. What is it? What is the motivation to want to be speaker? Is it because you want to ensure that the country moves in the right direction? If so, what has been his role as deputy speaker? I really wish he would avail himself on this show so that we can dig deeper into his thinking and hear exactly what is his drive as to why he wants to be speaker. I don't see that. I think the UP is supporting Kun because she believes that Kun would be somebody who most of the agenda of the UP can be achieved in ways that it brings about development opportunity, creates opportunity for the general population.
Before I go to Fagon on this one, Stephen, are you guys concerned about who Fonati bringing, ways and means chair, who deputy going to be? We hearing Dixon, Sibo, Thomas Fala, and all those people, those hardcore sedition. Don't you think it's a problem? If you bring those folks on, they will strangulate the Jose Yuma Barkat agenda through the.
And one of the things, Stanton, I think quite often in this election, if they didn't offer us a perspective as to the thinking of the Liberian people, then we are sadly making a mistake. When the Liberian people spoke about rescue, they did not just look at rescue in the context of replacing the regime. We cannot substitute the word rescue to mean replace. When they said rescue, they were looking for a radical shift from the business as usual climate, a radical shift from the doing business environment in terms of the politics. And so what I see happening is that the CDC is trying to use the legislature as a cash cow to be able to keep their political institution vibrant. And so their belief, because they know one, George Weah will not invest his personal resource in the CDC and or any other person who will be outside of government to invest their resources within the CDC. They believe that the easy way to do so is one, Fonati wins, two, Fonati brings on strategic committee within the House seditions, who then will use that as an opportunity to siphon money and keep the political institution vibrant using public resources. This is it. Thomas Fala and others have long-term political ambition, but the way to keep that ambition alive is to have access, unhindered access to public coffers. And so that's the real rationale behind why they want to run. It's not necessarily because
And I think for like, let me before I go to Fagon, let me hold you on this. That's the same group though. We have the Beaufort Chamber, the Fonati, the Thomas Fada, the Dixon Sibo, Dixon Sibo. All of them, the Akaris grade, no more because he's not there, but they come around to pass these bills and accept everything from the executive, and make the extra cash. I have spoken to some of the UP guys, and they are very, very much concerned as to you bringing the same people back that would just hold on to JMB and say we must get what we can get before we go through. Now, let's try to go further with this thing. All those concession agreements and those folks they are representing out there, are you guys concerned seriously that this would be a political setback for Jose Yiman Bwaka? If folks, representative new and old, vote for Natikofa as the next speaker, can you say it's a political defeat number one on Joseph Boaga, though he have not taken office?
I wouldn't see it in the context as a defeat. I would see it as a slap in the face to Liberians. I would see it as a slap in the face to Liberians. I wouldn't see it as a defeat to Boaga. I would see it as a slap in the face to Liberians. Fonati represent all of the negative vices at the legislature. He's been the face of public corruption in Liberia. He's part of most of the double dealings that are happening within the CDC. Even as at today, some of the appointments by WIA was on recommendation from Fonati. Whether it was the Associate Justice or the LRA, those recommendations came from Fonati. We have reliable information that he's the one now deputizing for McGill in the absence of McGill. So he's an engineer within the CDC who believes that this is the opportunity to keep the CDC vibrant. We'll go there, I'll take the speaker position, I'll put my man on strategic committee, we'll use the national budget, we'll siphon money as we've always done, we'll empower the CDC. Because the CDC, in the absence of George Weah, who is not willing to invest his private resources, those stolen, majority of those resources stolen, but we are not willing to invest our resources in the CDC post 22nd. And so who is in the better position to keep the CDC vibrant? How? Through public resources. Who else? The likes of Fonati, the likes of Tomofala. These will be the guys who, in their mind, they believe they can bankroll the CDC for the next 6 years and make it more vibrant, or make it vibrant and use that same outlets to siphon money to people who consider themselves advocates. You're beginning to see posts from advocates, from people who consider themselves advocates supporting Fonati Kofa. So this would be the business as usual. Fonati will be in the government. He will be facilitating the operation of grasshopper organization to attack the government and fund them through the budget. That's the whole intent.
Thank you. So, folks, again, you got to understand, tomorrow we'll put a list of representatives, up, all of them, who supporting Fonati, who we think supporting Fonati, and who supporting Richard Kuhn. Because, this thing is Monday, the 15th, and this is getting closer by the minute. Fagon, the same question to you. Before we go to Conor Gray and finish the show tonight, Fagon, Fonati Kofa, they are Thomas Fala, they Dixon Sibo, the rest of them, Fagon. If they see what happened here in America, Joe Biden couldn't get his Ukraine deal and that of his Israel deal. He couldn't get his border reform. He couldn't get a lot of stuff because, these people that control Congress, the Republican. Can the Liberian people trust of Fonati Kofa, the Thomas Fala, the Dixon Sibo, and the rest of them, if given the chance?
Thank you for the question. And before I came in earlier, I heard you talking about Yombly going on the white ballot. Hopefully, let's wait for Monday. The reason why I'm saying so, don't come back on Monday and say, Fagon, how you know this thing? How you can know? It's because my June came back. There is a planned meeting for Saturday to make a decision to do a last-minute push against Yombly in the person of Finley and Besonga. Again, the CDC, if anybody thinks that the CDC is walking away, they're not. And you say, can the Liberian people trust? That's your question. Fonati and Thomas Fala. And let's understand the people we're talking about here. One, Dixon Sibo barely got elected by the skin, if there is any on the teeth. Number one. Thomas Fala absconded from District 5 in Montserrat County to take sanctuary in his hometown in Foya because he had invested District 5 resources in Foya and the people took him up, or else he would have been dismissed had he been in District 5. Dixon Sibo, if you go back, he will tell you, say, I lost that election because I was too close. What does that tell you? That the Liberian people voted for change in 2017. And because they did not see the change, They fire the president, the vice president, and the speaker. Now, if you go by sense of reasoning and you decide that the thing y'all say y'all didn't want, y'all will take it by force, then they will react the same way they've reacted on the CDC. And I think that's one of the reasons why the old man is fighting to make sure that he leveraged the power that he has to ensure that the Liberian people get what they voted for, since at this point now, negotiation will heavily depend on him. But are they walking away? No. In the dying days of the elections, if you recall, Beer Mountain, Asila Mita, Solway, all these guys dumped in millions. It's true now that our guys have lost. Doesn't mean they've lost all the monies. And you and I had a discussion in the back. So these guys will spend a little bit more. But will the Liberian people trust a Dixon Sibo, Thomas Fala, and Fonati Kofa? I wouldn't put Fonati Kofa in the category of Thomas Fala and Dixon Sibo when it comes to if the Liberian people trust him. And here is why. We saw in the House when there was always this riot and disagreement, he cut across as the person who would take Yeke back in the room, talk to Yeke, that people could work with. But again, what did the Liberian people do? They fired the CDC, the president, vice president, and speaker. So Fonati is climbing a hill. He's either going to be guilty by association or he will be guilty by political ties. Meaning, guilt by association is with the CDC. Guilt by political ties, you've done 6 years under your government. Why you want to do another 6 under another person's government? So, how you can say, I will emigrate, damn if you do, damn if you don't. He's between a rock and a hard place. He's between the scissors. Either way, he's going to get caught. But I'm not going to rule out Fonati Kofa, is because even at the last moment, as yesterday, it was 28, 26. And anything can happen. Say what? Anything can happen. And I don't want the president-elect to sleep. If he sleep on Fonati, remember Iremi Gray has a best friend in Musa Ability. Musa Ability is that Trojan horse that Musa Ability can strike or deal anytime to save his soul. And if the deal is going to benefit him, he cares less about government.
So let me hold you there and ask you this question, like I did Stephen Johnson. So the president spoke to Fonati Kofa. Fonati Kofa said, no, I do not want to remain deputy. The president moved on, called the group. They came over 4 p.m. Liberian time, met the president. You are talking about Musa Ability. He's in conversation. Probably they have struck a deal with Richard Cohn. So the Musa Ability factor going as a deputy to Richard Cohn. Talk to me about it, because they are in serious conversation. And I can tell you, I chatted with Musa Ability yesterday, and he said, Stanton, I'm not speaking directly. He said, I'm not speaking because I have been chosen becoming representative. So, what I tell you, Fagon, the issue here is that, yeah, serious, that's what he told me. And I got
Colonel Gray is laughing because of the statement you made. I've matured since becoming representative. So he was immature first?
My man, that's what he meant to tell me. And we started laughing. But yeah, here's the issue though. In that regard of Fagon, it is important to know that Musa Ability issues down and Richard Cohn, for him to win, must he still hang on with Musa Ability? Is that agreement working?
First of all, Stanton, let me ask you. When did Musa Ability become a lawmaker to have a block of his own? What does that tell you? Stephen, what are you laughing for? It tells you something happening, bro. Something happening. When did Musa Ability become a lawmaker? He's not even a lawmaker. Muna went from there. But he controlling block in the House already. Something
But you
not
got
right.
so you asked the question. Let's help our folks understand. Musa Belete coming in with 6 lawmakers from CPP. They respect him. Those are independent CPP lawmakers. You're right. Also, okay. So make your point.
I come in. When I say when the Musa Belete entered the house, I'm talking about the house. The house got everybody there from different parties granted. But then you will become the party leader of that block. When the Musa Belete even know of legislative politics to say I have a block, it means there is something happening. And that's where the negotiation becomes sneaky. Now Musa is trying to work her way into chairman on executive. Nobody should laugh here. Chairman on Ways and Means. Those are the pot belly areas. People like Steven and laughing, they know what I'm talking about. But who would Musa Belete rather work with? I will tell you now, straight out. Musa Belete rather work with the old man. The Constitution says you cannot be arrested on your way to session or blah, blah, blah. Musa Belete 6 million stay following him. And if you don't work with the old man, I'm not threatening him. By the time things started, one soon morning, maybe if Stephen Johnson is the Assistant Minister of State for Public Affairs or the Press Secretary to the President, one of them, Mo Ali, will come up at about 5 a.m. this morning. Officers of the Liberian National Police assisted the Special Prosecutor, and an arrest was carried out on Honorable Musa Belete in connection with the $6 million road fund case. Blah, 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 blah. Mr. Belete is cooperating with the investigation. Blah, 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 blah. I'm just talking how politics work. I'm not saying that's going to be the case. But you were here. You watched the man testifying. LRA King and say the man have not paid a dime. So again, we see these things playing out. Do you want to play like that, or you want to play by the rules?
So then, I hold you right there, Fagon. I hold you right there. We got to move.
But he got 6 men.
Fagon, I hold you right there. I hold you right there before you
When I follow him.
Let's talk about Koga. Koga issue is that I was here before. Yes. I supported you. You cannot leave me now. I have men. I can say this to you. I spoke to Koga. Koga said, you cannot drum over me now to go for Musa Belete. You want money? We can talk about money. You want a 6 man? I get a 6 man too. So why say you ever Koga?
Maybe can't get 9.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's just try to bring this in. And when I spoke to the godfather of Nemakante, Prince Johnson said, well, wherever the party go, that's where I go. Okay. My collaboration is with the party. It's not on an individual personality structure. If the party say we should support Richard Kun, I support Richard Kun. If the party say we should support anyone for deputy speaker, I support that person. So now, finish up here. Let's go to Conagray.
Okay, the question you are asking is more so to the position of deputy speaker.
Correct.
I come from support for the alliance. When you saw the CDC, you saw CDC speaker, CDC deputy speaker. It is becoming increasingly difficult for us to get Unity Party Alliance speaker and Unity Party Alliance deputy speaker. Even the newbies who are in the majority in the House now would not want to take that. The question should be who is best suited to work with Richard Kun should he become speaker in their capacity as deputy speaker. I'll tell you what, I'd rather either an independent or a friendly force. It's subject to your interpretation what I mean by that.
Conagray.
You know, Stanton, one of the clear distinction between Fonati wanting to be speaker, you will hear some noise in my background.
Yeah, it's too loud though.
Yeah. I mean, this is the end of the day. Anyway, let me make a point quickly. I know there will be some folks are here working, but the thing about
all the folks are working, they are all women. I'm not hearing no man voice. Only the female voices I'm hearing.
Well, the people who clean the office, I don't check on.
You work among women only, but anyway, let's go back.
Me too.
The people who take care of the office, I don't know who they are. They just come and do their job and they leave at the end of the day. But the thing about it is, there are a lot of things that went on in the course of 6 years. All of the smaller, smaller companies that are being established on the Liberian people back. Um, if you choose to investigate those kinds of companies, whether the Freeport, whether the road construction going on to the RIA that is headed by one Kevin Guima or so that is owned by Maggie, you just go into some of those smaller contracts that where a lot of our coffers, were lavished. Those are all those companies. You have to investigate them to understand how this 6 years was expended under Mr. Weir. And Fonade would be the vestige of that Weir clan, also supported by Madame Sirleaf. If you want to be able to understand politics at that end, what is the interest of those individuals? Weir, Madame Sirleaf. So Fonade served them well. Musa Belete, on the other hand, people were saying that, oh, you more sedition, blah. Musa is a transactional person. He goes in for his own interest. And he's willing to spend on behalf of his interest. So that makes him a factor as well. I don't think he's there because he has vested interest in Madame Seller's interest or Mr. Weir. He's there mostly for what Musa would benefit. And it's an addition to the strength of Kun. Now, what I'm saying is, I also, would consider the fact that people are still undecided among the folks that are supposed to cast the vote. They're still undecided until they can be guaranteed that there are certain trade-offs. Because I know if you bring Fonadico for them, he's going to try to salvage what's left of the CDC, hence by giving power to that block. Don't be surprised if you elect him and then you see Fala becoming his deputy speaker, Ways and Means becoming somebody else. Then you lost the battle. So I like the idea that this is a test on Ambassador Boyka. I think this should show his juice. Politics is who gets what, when, and how. And I think this is it's that definition of politics is more important at this time to make sure that the Ome goes there to ensure that he gets that speakership. Because once you get that, anything else that comes from the executive should go through. Because that should be your ideal interest. That's how Madam Sally play politics.
I agree with you, but yes, but maybe Steven want to pivot. He want to play game here in Fagon, but you know where I'm coming from. Because I said to you, couldn't agree. Steven is a UP guy. Fagon support Jose Iban Boyka. I'm a pure independent on the Liberian people's side. I would say this. I love Jose Iban Boyka, but I do believe. No, seriously, people know me for that.
You get the rest contract. They say they give you the contract to import.
I would be glad if I have the rest contract by myself. I would be so happy. I'm a Liberian, and if I have it, I will be happy to say.
They won't get rest contract. Let me point and down on the highway. Who they want coming to start eating bagel?
I get rest contract. All the Liberians will eat bagel. That will help them to reduce their sugar and reduce their cholesterol, everything. I beg you.
You're not so about one day, more.
One day.
You talk about rest finish you. You know how be the two presidents for rest.
Two presidents. Talk about
we don't want to go there. Let's stick back on this conversation, folks. If any Liberian happy to have an RPD to have rest contract issue, because we want that to be Liberian owned and take it from the foreigners. Our country deserves better. But let me say this to you, Stephen. I think they will be a blow to Jose Iman Boyka. You have VP Jeremiah Kuhn and Clarence Massaquoi, the former representative from Lo-Fi. They are heading this thing. They are fighting alongside Richard Kuhn. If they would sit over there, and there's the allegation that Fonati is spending $30,000, $40,000 giving pickup trucks, and they will sit there, know how this game is and how it works, and it would just sit down there and Funati care this thing, that's not a good start for the Joseph Yima Parker government. But let me finish that, Brother Stephen. Well, Brother Stephen, you are stoned, and you know the people stood by and they wash you and they kill you. So I don't know, for the sake of Jesus. But let me finish. It is important. But I will say this to you guys, though. I do believe that we all should go back. And this should be done because of Joseph Yima Parker, not because of Richard Cohn. Those representatives that are coming, and those Unity Party representatives and independent, they should do it for Joseph Yima Parker, not because of Richard Cohn. Like Mama said yesterday, Richard Cohn got his issue. Funati Kofa has his issue. But they've been there. Those are the two you have right now. You don't have no other person. So a vote for Funati Kofa as a lawmaker is a vote against Joseph Yima Parker. A vote for Richard Cohn is a vote for Joseph Yima Parker. So any one of those representatives that said no to Richard Cohn, take it or leave it. That will be 6 years internal fight. It will always be a vote against Joseph Yima Parker. Because if the story remains that Joseph Yima Parker called for that tea, and Funati said no, then that's a trouble. Joseph Yima Parker called those representatives to his home. If it is true, and they turn their back on Joseph Yima Parker, that's trouble for 6 years. He's on record to say, I want the speakership. Conagray, he is. How can the incoming president, Joseph Yima Parker, say, I want the speakership? Then you get lawmakers that say, no, we're not giving it to you. Then my brother Stephen, you're saying it's not a hit. That's a big hit on the old man, even before he even take power. But I give it to you, Stephen. I give it to you.
I don't want it to be seen like this is it's directly the defeat. You know, it's too strong a word for me. I'm saying it. I'm looking at it in the context of politics and the reasonable expectation of Liberians in these elections. Liberians believe that this is a perfect opportunity for us to turn the needle, for us to turn the whatever negative situation they've been in around. And in their mind, they believe that those who will form part of the rescue train, the rescue administration, should be people who want to be part of moving the country in the right direction. And so anybody who, as a matter of fact, will choose to enter the process with the desire to thwart that will be essentially going against the interests of the Liberian people, which, of course, technically also is Joseph Boaka's interest. So I don't want to just limit it to Boaka. I want for us to see it from a 10,000 feet view where we look at it from a broader political spectrum and see that this is the people's fight. The people want somebody who will not be there to battle Boaka for negative reason. Look, I am one person who believes in the doctrine of the separation of power. I believe that all the three branches of government, though independent, but they are coordinating branches. It does not mean that under the doctrine of checks and balances, there should be rivalry. No. It doesn't mean that because there must be checks and balances, there must be rivalry. That you must be the executive must be fighting the judiciary must be fighting the legislature, or vice versa. No. It simply means that there must be due diligence in what is right, in doing what is right. There must simply be due diligence. It does not mean that because I am in the legislature, I'm opposing Remy Gray. Anything he says there, even though it benefits the people, I will oppose it because I'm an opposition. That's not it. When the framers of the Constitution wrote that, they didn't want to have a situation where nobody there to do due diligence of the other one's function or responsibility. So, but in this case, Stanton, Boaka is inheriting a broken country. Boaka is inheriting a country in the waters. Boaka cannot afford a day of legislative battle for his agenda. He can't. He doesn't have that enough window. Baka says no car will be stuck in the mud in the 500 days. That would essentially mean that his budget should get approved for him to begin work. So let's assume the budget is delayed on grounds that the speaker refuses to bring it on the floor, or that they start playing games.
Yeah, but Siri, I must interrupt you while we're going, man. I gotta go, but I will interrupt you, Siri. I think you are dead wrong on this. I know it's about the people. I know this is the people's fight. I tell you right now, I should tell you this over and over again. I will. I believe a vote for Fonati Kofa is a vote against Jose Iman Boyka. If the people,
you just play your semantics. You just
no,
want me to say that Boyka. I've already agreed.
no.
The way you want me to say, yes.
No, I don't want you to. No, I'm not. I really don't want you to.
You understand what I say?
No, I read you. You're trying to say the people. Well, they heard the people feeding here and there. Those lawmakers then should understand, like Fagon said. Those lawmakers then should know that consequences will come thereafter. It either be good or bad, either or. But this lawmaker they must understand right now. Your incoming lawmaker, if you vote against the choice of Jose Yeman Boyka, right? The choice of the sitting vice president that is coming in, those guys then, and you're going to stand and tell them, say, oh yeah, I voted against your man. And I brought in Fonati Kofa. You are voting against Jose Yeman Boyka. Because when he put anything on that floor, you will have Dixon symbol, you will have Thomas Fala, you will have these guys then saying no and squeezing balls. That's what you're going to have. So there will be no joke about this thing. The JMB went all on his way. He called them. He said, "You come to my home." Till the 9 of them show up. Where are the rest? Where are the rest? These guys then we know.
Let me ask you a question. If Fonati is speaker today, is it a slap in the face of the Liberian people, given all you know about him?
Well, if Fonati is speaker today, then what? Steven,
no, answer my question.
He can't answer. Steven, thank you for
you are not moderator, Steven.
He's joking.
It's just a matter of preference.
Well, after that, you agree with me. I see the
two guys are hip. It's just a matter of preference.
The man swallow space.
No. Because I wanted to answer in a way, but I had to catch myself.
Man swallow space. When I was saying yeah, then he said no. I thought yeah.
But I can tell you, for me, at this point in time, I want to see President Boyka in a situation where you can't take it all, you can only take one. You know, when we're small, Stephen, they divided meat in a bowl. Then all the oldest people got to pick first. So now they divided 5 pieces of meat. You got to pick one because you are the oldest. So they gave the old man the chance to pick one. And I'm sure he's picking the speakership. But he cannot be, what should I say? Greedy to say, I want a speaker and deputy. Then fire will come from there.
No, we're not talking about deputy. If I go, no confused. We're talking about the speakership.
I want a speakership.
Yes.
And maybe for Nati, you can settle for deputy.
Fonati said no. Fonati said no.
That's what I'm saying. So right now, we are at the point of sale. Fonati still believes he can get it. And he's fighting. But if he doesn't get it, the question then, is he willing to sit amongst his equal or have the opportunity to be deputy speaker? Because here is what is going to happen too. Just because you are from the United Party, Stevie is the one that knows this better than you and I because he knows what happened to Edwin Snow. Does not mean that when your colleagues look at you and you're doing all kind of things, they can leave you there. They can pluck you from there. And then you'll be surprised to know that your deputy will become the speaker. Or they can go back for election and put Fonati there. This is kind of tricky when it comes to parliamentary politics. We have to be careful.
Face value. If I go face value of the bag. And I'm not, you don't even tell me to answer Steven's question. I didn't even hear that question. Of the bag, face value. Let's be real, Fagon. If these people say no today to Jose Yeman Boyka, that they carry Fonati, it's a slap in the political face of Jose Yeman Boyka. That's superior. You don't want to say it the truth, it is the truth. If the people believe in Jose Yeman Boyka, they voted for Jose Yeman Boyka to be the next president of the Republic of Liberia. They trust his ability to lead. They should
The man
deliver.
asked you the
They should
question, you
give.
ran away, then you bring the same story back.
No,
The
I
man
run away.
say,
No,
you say is this.
I mean,
Will
I can
it
hear
be
about.
a slap in the face of the Liberian people, given what you know about Funati? You say, I don't hear that question. Why are you bringing the same thing by here?
No, I
How
want
is
the
that gonna
Liberian
be?
people. I want the lawmakers there that somebody sends steering that question. I know who sent it to him. I want to, yeah, I know who sent it. Somebody watching me. I will mess with them. They will continue to send steering question. But to be frank, though, I will say this to everybody listening to all Remy Gray. I believe strongly that if these people believe in Joseph Yimapwaga, they are coming, and the Liberian people have decided on the change. But yes, one caveat: the change they decided on is less than 2%. Less than 2% different between we are and Joseph Yimapwaga. But yet and still, should they give Joseph Yimapwaga the chance to lead? Can Funati Kofa remain the next? So tomorrow we will be having the list of lawmakers, those that are coming in, those that are, people that will stay there for the 55th. We will have the list, and we'll pick up those who own Funati side and the people that own Richard Kun's side. We'll put a picture up because we want you to see them. Except when they call and say, I am not on this side. We want the
It
community.
can be put somebody name or then the person will cost. Take my name for what there. I don't know how you put it there. Because I hate trick, you can say I will put it there. You will
No,
call
it's
to
not
take
a
it
trick. It's not a trick. We want you to see them. We want the district to understand you voted for Joseph Yimapwaga, but the person you voted for saying they're voting for Funati Kofa or they're voting for Richard Kun. So they got to explain to the Liberian people, and that's what we'll do tomorrow. Folks, again, I want to say Chris Christie just got out of the race. He said he's not part of this nonsense. The people don't want to vote for him to be president or represent the GOP party. So the team between Nikki Haley, decided, and this guy called Donald Trump. So this thing is narrowing, though. It's narrowing. So Stephen Johnson, you follow the American politics. Christie is out. The debate is tonight between the two Floridians. Nikki,
I don't watch the news, my man.
oh, you don't watch the politics?
I think
Say you want to switch to different politics. I want to switch for in a different way. Quickly, I beg you, 30 seconds and finish. I just say my own. Those of you who know Yeke Koluba should warn him. Those of you who like him should warn him that the nonsense that he carried out in the George Weah administration is not going to work in this one. I'm just being plain, blank, straight up with Yeke. If Yeke does not know how he got elected using this same network that brought people from even America in their numbers, that people came from all around the country and jumped in his district, registered and left. If Yeke does not know that had they just left with him alone, that Josephine Davis and Yekezi would have beat the crap out of him. If he does not know that this network played a pivotal role in his re-election, he needs to understand that. Apart from that, when Yeke calls me corrupt and calls Spoon CEO criminal and tell a respectable statesman, like Joe Bugger, who got elected by the people to be their president, that he's a disgrace, and as Stanton was feeding him, and that somehow he got his people going around stealing money from people, all of those things, without proof, gets on my nerves. Secondly and lastly, for him to ask Joseph Boakai that you say you were broke, how come you got $50,000 to give people rest? It means his stupidity is beginning to reach the point of insanity if it hasn't already gotten there. Because here at Yeke Koluba, I recall during the campaign, when he launched, why did he not ask Honorable Joseph Boakai and the campaign team where they took the $20,000 from to get him to launch in District 10? Why have nothing open to ask that question? Or because he got white paper from Busa Ability and sent it to Ghana to a family there a few days, that he won't open him up after running around here? But let me advise him and prove it with points. I will go to Article 82. Please, you permit me. I'm closing on this one. You feel sorry for me because this brother offended me. Article 82. Any citizen, and I'm reading it, political party association or organization being of Liberian nationality or origin shall have the right to contribute to the funds or election expenses of any political party or candidate, provided that corporate and business organizations and labor unions shall be excluded from making any contribution to the funds or expenses of any political party. The legislature shall by law prescribe the guideline under which such contribution may be made and the maximum amount which may be contributed. If Yeke does not know that we sat on this platform and raised hundreds of thousands of dollars, that when we even got to the second round, it became difficult to even use it again because the people had made up their mind. That somehow this old man, in his rational thinking and being the person he is, can look back to his campaign money and say, we did not use all, over 70 persons have burned. Yeke had a certain president who have not been there, did not even sympathize. 1 week after everything, declared a week of mourning, sat down there, and this elderly statesman decided to step up, and Yeke thinks that the Liberian people that pity him when he left the ANC, that the same United Party, and old man that said, I will not put anybody against you, and I will give you 20,000. If his ignorant mind could not ask where that 20,000 came from for his District 10 launching, he needs to shut up, or else will lead a campaign to dislodge him. In 6 months, he will be recalled. It's a warning, not a threat, because the people will not accept him bringing down their president. He should be warned. And this is a warning, not a threat. I respectfully submit.
Stephen?
We're closing?
Yeah, everything, and that's it.
Yeah. I understand it's been a great show, good conversation. It got heated, which is good. It adds more flavor to the conversation. From time to time, it's important for us to make it more engaging. And it's good. I think it's important for us to invite the folks from the LTA year. $4.8 million contract is a huge contract. With if you pay almost $2 million of that amount, and that the engineers are providing justifications for the delay due to the weather, I think that should constitute a breach of the contract, and there should be penalties. The enforcement of contract has to be very important as we move on. Another thing also is us ensuring that we empower Liberian firms and businesses in most of public money. The reason being is that that's how we are going to expand their purchasing power and create wealth amongst our people. Wealth creation is key in many countries across the globe. Central government plays a very pivotal role in that wealth creation. In our case, because we do not have a strong private sector, and with government being the biggest spender, the procurement sector of the government can create wealth amongst Liberians. We can build Liberian millionaires. And the good thing about building domestic wealth is that it is difficult for it to move, for capital to move. It is resident. And when it's resident, it creates opportunities for other Liberians. We're not xenophobic. We're not against foreigner. But when they come to our country and they make money, most of their capital is sent overseas to their country, capital flight. We see that happen times of our number. How can we build Liberian millionaires? For us to invest in them. I said here the other day that one way to start all government furnitures should be locally procured. Another way to start all government contracts, giving to whether foreign firms anywhere between 25 to 30% must incorporate Liberian firms as partners within those contracts. As we go gradually, we'll build a capacity. That's how you do it. On the speaker election, I believe that Kun should be elected. The option is not too, we don't have a lot of folks in the race, so our option is limited. But of the two candidates, I think I prefer Kun. I think he's somebody who has an appreciation of the arrest agenda. He's somebody who would be a partner in ensuring that the agenda is achieved and that Joseph Waka becomes successful. Our goal here is not that we're fighting for a yes man legislature. But we are fighting for a legislature that will collaborate positively with the government, with the executive branch, to ensuring that all of the promises made in the platform of the Unity Party is achieved. We do not have the luxury of time to engage in unnecessary bureaucratic bottlenecks with the House, so that it will stall most of our agenda programs. I think it's good. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. It's been a wonderful show. Always good to see Brother Eugene, Fagon, Remy Gray, Dwalu, and Dr. Francine, and you, of course, Stanton. We talk very often than anybody else on this show. So I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I on the last issues. Fagon,
what did you say, Jana? Wait. What did you say, Jana? You talk more often than anybody else on this show.
Yeah, on the phone. You never call me, but when I call you, can't pick up your phone.
You didn't stutter. You say
You can
talk to Stanton more than Fatima.
No. And I'm measuring. I say he's the only one here myself can talk. Talking for myself. When I call you, Fagon, you can't answer your phone. Stanton calls me almost every day.
You can talk to Stanton more than Fatima. It's a simple question.
No, I'm saying for me on the whole show, I the only person can talk. I the only Stanton, the only man
myself. Have you heard
that.
Fatima in a daytime? How many times she can call Stanton?
No, Fagon, you get it. I'm not saying on the show I'm the only person Stanton talk.
Were you there today when Fatima?
But where you coming from, But let's go ahead,
I'm not
man.
saying I'm the only person on the show.
What kind of medicine?
I'm saying among all of your Stanton.
But let's go ahead, man. Why you bring Fatima conversation up?
Do you know what Fatima not do for Stanton?
Fagon, I think Fagon is.
Fagon, you're not turning to be Yeke Koluba. Let's go.
Stanton, Fagon is thinking that I'm saying Stanton and myself, the only person can talk more on the show. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying among everybody.
Were you there today when Fatima bought him bagel?
But man, you know, it's been a wonderful time. We're looking forward to tomorrow. Hopefully, we can have a wonderful show as always. Thank you.
Remy will talk. Remy, explain the whole thing.
Remy, go ahead. Well, Fagon, where you going? You better start. Remy, go ahead.
Remy, please touch on that topic as you go by.
No, at least I'm happy. I'm the least Stanton speak with. We talk. But
you don't talk about Pinky business.
Well, Pinky is a fiction, so it doesn't exist. But you know that Stanton behaved like he went to a boarding school, what we used to call mission school. He would try to get under your skin, but you got to be tough. But I think I also support Stanton that this is a test. The very first test of Ambassador Buckeye is rough, his wherewithal, his strength, and this is the beginning of the next 6 years that the president will get what he wants if he go after it. Not so long ago, Fonati was seemingly leading the race, and I'm shocked to hear that curtain is closing gradually to a tie, if not even Kun leading the race. That is a good thing for the ambassador, the president elect, and I think it will only serve us good if we have a very strong executive that will execute most of their missions, for which they ran on that rescue mission. That rescue mission was not only a slogan, but I think it was also a strong message that Liberia is stalling behind. We need to push it forward. And any creation of a bottleneck in the legislature will put a dent in our ambition. And I want to see Liberian thriving. And I think the old man will surprise some people because some people have gone already with the belief that it's going to fail because that's how they know Liberia to be, especially given the last 6 years. But I think if the Omen has, a strong middle ground in the legislature, he can make a strong statement taking Liberia to the next level. That's what I hope to see. And I think with Fonati in that corridor, that will be an obstruction. So let the Omen fight. This is his first test as president elect. And if he gets defeated, the next 6 years will not be so kind to him because this guy will do everything to obstruct him, to say, you see, you guys kicked us out, brought in Ambassador Buckeye, the country has gone nowhere. Then they will have a bigger statement to make 2029. Some people are beginning to position themselves already for 2029. And you must understand where the power balance is coming from. It's coming from people who lost this election. Take all of that into account. And some of us want to see a Liberia that will win, not necessarily as a people who are always losing. If the president fails, we fail. When we have failed, we failed. So please don't make the next 6 years about failure again. We need to make progress, and anybody who stand in the way of that progress, we should frown upon them. And I look forward to Ambassador Buckeye really taking the stewardship of this country to the next level. I could care less, the leadership of Liberia, the success of our country is more dear to me than the success of any individual. Nobody can stand in the way of my intention to see Liberia moving forward. I don't care who has the ambition to come 2029. It's about now to 2029. We can succeed the next 6 years as a nation. We can make lots of successful ventures. And anybody who is standing in the way to stall that process, we will frown upon them. And I hope our team will step up like the OMA is. Remember, you can't sit and win the speakership. You have to reach out, vehemently. And if they can get the speaker position, hey, that's the beginning of success for Ambassador Buckeye. And I look forward to that.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Let me say this. Number one, I will start on the back. Gibson say he'll be with us tomorrow because we're discussing those representatives that will be supporting Richard Kuhn or Fonati Kofa. Number two, I agree with you, Honorable Fagon. The attitude of how you call him, Yeka Kaluba, is beneath his office. At this time, it's Joseph Yimabwaka presidency, not Josh Manawea. We laugh, we joke, and say, yes, he's my brother-in-law. No, we supported his campaign. He won. He wanted us to address this issue. I really just don't think it's necessary from my end. The Liberian people will decide. But I love your position, Fagon. And Yekaka will just be somehow limit his condition. If you think that you want to speak on issues, speak on issues, making allegations that I want to control the rice market. If I have the opportunity to do so, I will. If any Liberians want to control the rice market, they get it back in financially, they should, instead of foreigners controlling our rice market. It's wrong. We supported Yeket. The Liberian people listen to us. People left from different districts, from different counties, to go into
all over the world.
district number 10, all over the world to support Yeket. I know Yeket. what he did before compared to what he's going to be doing now will not work. Those that are advancing Yeke should advance him properly. And I'm not going to continue with the Yeke story because to each his own. That's the monster we have created, who will live with it and will try to advise him to get out of his attitude. I still believe, given the chance, Jose Yima Barker will work with everyone. Allegation that Jose Yima Barker must give an account where he took 50,000 from. If you have a question, go and ask Jose Yima Barker. You can walk into that compound and sit down with him and listen to him. He will entertain your question. You just make yourself to be a foolish lawmaker if you think that it is necessary at this time that you will go out and just spell gibberish. Gibberish in the chance that everybody will come running to you and say, hey, Yeke, hey, Yeke. If you want to stay on car, go ahead, stay on top of the car. It's your business. If you want to take peanuts in the House of Representatives and banana, do it. If you want to strip yourself naked and walk from district number 10 to walk into the Capitol building, it's up to you, Yeke. But just understand, the labyrinth people that made you can break you. If you have any report, allegation on anyone, say it and defend it. He called Delon name. We called Delon. Fago and myself, we asked Delon. Delon said, ask Yeke Koluba when last I ever talked to him.
Yeah.
I called Delon. When folks are sending me all those things, they don't say, but ask Yeke Koluba when last I ever talked to him.
Yeah.
You know, they don't have his own issue, but they don't be straight up and tell you the truth. If you get a problem with me, he should come and ask me. You got problem with, how you call him, Amara Conan. You got problem with Joseph Boaka, with Jeremiah Kuhn, with Eugene Fagon. Come on. This is not the Joseph Yuma Boaka era, bro. Adjust yourself and do it right. We supported you when you're in the middle of everything. We embrace you as brother and friend. I'm in no conversation. I've never spoken to you. You know what you and myself passed through. I'm not going to say it. You know hell well what you and myself passed through, Yeke. And I'm going to leave it like that. So if you want to fight, fight. Continue your fight. I'm not going to stop Fagon. I'm not going to stop anyone. This is not George Manawia administration. That you will jump on car, you will B45 and you will act crazy. Somebody too will take out the clothes and run behind you. That's the Yeke issue. I'm done with it. I will say this concerning what my brother Stephen Johnson asked. Jose Yima Boaka want Richie Kun to be the speaker, like Mama said, because of Jose Yima Boaka, we will fight for Richie Kun. Stephen, it's not because of Richie Kun. It's because of Jose Yima Boaka. Jose Yima Boaka want a government that he can serve the Liberian people well. We fought for Jose Yima Boaka, believing in his leadership. As much as you can have Fonati as your friend, but once Jose Yima Boaka say, I want the speakership, that's it. That's it for me. So I'm going to ask all Liberians everywhere to speak to the lawmaker. Speak to your representative. If Representative Stephen Johnson vote against Richie Kun, it's a vote against Jose Yima Boaka. Remember. And that's why it's there. This is all over. If Fonati control the speakership, where you get Thomas Fala, where you get Dixon Sibo, and the rest of them, they will give Jose Yima Boaka hell. They will. Fonati can go up and down and say, I will do this. It is not Fonati alone. Those that will be ways and means. Those that will be on chair on executive. That's what you need to look at. I like Fonati Kofa. Seriously. Knowing Fonati Kofa and Richie Kun, I know Fonati Kofa more than I know Richie Kun. But because Jose Yima Boaka say, I want Richie Kun, so therefore everything finished. Everybody should go and do it for Richie Kun through because of Jose Yima Boaka. And that's why he called them. You know, some things can hurt. When your man say, let it go, do it for me, you do it for your man. When your pa say, let it go,
The
do
thing
it
I
for
have,
you,
man.
it can hurt. It's true. It can hurt, man, Steven. But because the Joseph Iman Barker that we voted for, the Joseph Iman Barker that we fought for, he stand and say, do it for Joseph Iman Barker. I want to see the representative out there that will say no. Because he said, do it for Joseph. Now, Rachel Kuhn, just do it for Joseph Iman Barker and give me 6 years and see what I'm going to do. So we should call those representatives in action. We cannot give halfway to Joseph Iman Barker. We cannot give him 50%. We must give him all and trust the leadership of Joseph Iman Barker. You cannot give Joseph Iman Barker the presidency, give Yombly pro tem, but you give the Chief Justice to CDC and you give the Speaker to CDC. This is Africa, my people. This is Africa. Again, hear me and hear me well. Because of Joseph Iman Barker, it should be speakership coming from Unity Party. It should be Richard Kuhn because of Joseph Iman Barker. I hope they can negotiate between Musa Bediti and whosoever involved to come to have a common ground. But every lawmakers, every representative should hear this well. A vote against Richard Kuhn is a vote against Joseph Iman Barker. Don't play around with ANC. We're doing it for our people. No. A vote against Richard Kuhn is a vote against everyone that voted to bring Joseph Iman Barker and Jeremiah Kuhn to power. And I hope you can talk to your representative.
It's a slap on the face.
It's a slap on the political words and face to this government that have not taken power. It is. No, seriously. And I hope Liberian listen to me. Call your lawmakers. Visit them. You got Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And we will put the names out. We'll put the list out tomorrow. And we'll argue on it. We'll put the phone numbers out tomorrow. And we'll ask you to call them. I want you to understand, for 6 years, if you vote against the desire of Joseph Iman Barker, and the story that Joseph Iman Barker say he can work with anybody, he make it very clear. I will say this to you now, that he want to work with Richard Kuhn as his speaker. For the deputy speakership, well, it's up to y'all. But he said he want to work with Richard Kuhn as his speaker. He want to work with Yombly Kanga Lawrence as pro tem. And he want to do the Liberian people work. Anything short of that. Anything short of that. It's a slap, a political slap in the face of Joseph Iman Barker. You cannot give him the ogusu soup and you don't give him the yam or the eba. You cannot do that. You must serve him and serve him right to lead the Liberian people. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Again, as I said, respect to Funati Kofa. But because Joseph Iman Barker said, I want Richard Kuhn to be my speaker, c'est fini. That's it. No if and a but. I need no other argument. I need no other pin on this one. The mind of Joseph Iman Barker is made up. Do not argue with me. Don't say nothing. That's it. It finished, Stephen. I will not then say it's made up. That's it. He want Richard Kuhn to be his speaker, and all the lawmakers should hear it. So therefore, we'll call their names tomorrow. Drop your negotiation with Funati Kofa. Drop it and support the speakership candidacy of Richard Kuhn. Just because of Joseph Iman Barker. Any other thing short of that, you will be on record that you are the first opposition. You have fired the first shot against the Joseph Iman Barker administration. So I will say this again tomorrow. This is the fight for Liberia. This is the fight for that Omar and that Pape and that young boys and that young girls. There's the fight to bring better education. There's the fight to bring better health care. There's the fight. Why you want another Thomas Farah to be talking about your ways and means, agreeing on everything for money? Can Fonati Kofa come out and tell us the position he will give Thomas Farah? The position you will give against how they call him, Dixon Sibo? We need to hear from Fonati Kofa. He needs to outline his position. We cannot buy pig in the bag and say Fonati will work on the side of Joseph Boakai. No. We know for fact that Fonati work on the side of CDC. Period. Anything of that, we don't know. Am I lying, Steven? We know for fact that Fonati agreed to do everything that Joe were asking to do, and he did it. Thomas Farah, Dixon Sibo, and the rest of them. Can Fonati leave the CDC government and resign from them to show good faith and say, I'm going to be with Unity Party or be independent and work with Unity Party? Let him resign from CDC. I think let him resign if you want to give the people some hope. Where is the hope? How can we trust Fonati Kofa? I'm not talking about his record, no. Don't tell me about what he did in America. We all have false shot in America. Don't tell me he's a criminal. No. Don't tell me that he's not qualified. No, he's qualified. This is just a policy issue right now. This is where we find ourselves. He's qualified to be speaker. That's not my argument. My argument is, how can I trust a Fonati Kofa when for 6 years he worked with George Manawea? How can I trust a Fonati Kofa to work with Jose Yiman Boakai if he cannot tell me his position, what he would do with Thomas Farah and the rest of the 25 CDC lawmakers? What is he promising them? What is he promising them? I cannot buy pick in the bag with Fonati Kofa. I'm going to read those lawmakers' names, those representative names. And I'm going to say, even so, because Joseph Yiman Boakai said it, I believe it. That's settled it. And that's my position, and I'm sticking with it. If Fonati wins tomorrow, congratulations to him. But I will stay on the side with Joseph Yiman Boakai. Whether Joseph Yiman Boakai win, or whether he lost, or whether he win, or whether he lost, whether he lose, whether he lost, whether he win, whatever the case may be, Stephen, I will stand on the side with Joseph Yiman Boakai. And Joseph Yiman Boakai said to me, nephew, I want the speakership. And that speak volume. No political persuasive thing. You know, when we used to play football, Stephen, the persuasive and impersuasive cross-40, when I drove the guy and scored 2 goals, I scored the first goal. Soon I got him went on the line. They set the ball in. I collected the ball again. I gave another persuasive cross-40. The 2 go in less than 5 minutes. So the paper is saying case closed. If you think a line go on 2 Safi in Ghana, so you will hear about Stanton.
Are you reading there? I mean, the spectator had me on a hill like casket for 8 years.
No, man, 11 sin, go on 2 Safi, you hear about me.
But I tell you, my record, spectator had me on a hill like casket.
But no, you a casket. That casket they had on the head.
No, I score goal. You know what I mean? To score goal last night, we want to celebrate.
I will say this while we end this show, folks. Folks,
you know what I mean? To score here the last night, go celebrate.
Let me serious for one, folks. It is important. Let's stop this joke. Let's stop the tabata. Okay? Joseph Boakai said it, nobody must change it. He said he wanted speakership, give him the speakership. If you fight Joseph Boakai right now, you are fighting your political left line. This is Africa. That's how Liberia is built. He got plans. He got vision for the country. Give him his chance to do it. We'll continue with this story tomorrow. Again, hear me and hear me well. I like Fonati Kofa, but because Joseph Boakai safe Richie Kun, that Richie Kun we're going for. And I will say to all the lawmakers, be frank, look in Fonati's eyes. Don't leave Fonati Kofa and go negotiate. Don't do it. Be frank. I'm not calling your name though, because the 2024 I changed. I'm not going to be calling people name. Steven saying, trust me. I changed. I'm not going to call anybody name Fagon. But don't go take Fonati Kofa money and you promise Richard Kun. Be frank. Look at Fonati Kofa. Say, my man, Joseph Boyka not call us, we support Joseph Boyka and we support Richard Kuhn. Period. If you go and take Fulantico for money, I know. If you leave your house and go negotiate with somebody behind the door, I know. But I'm not saying it. Liberians, call your representative and talk to them. May God bless us. Come on the show, Nelson. May God keep us a beautiful program today. And we'll continue again tomorrow. Fagon, have my sympathy, my brother. Fagon, we can say on the show, Stephen, he lost a friend and he lost a relative. 2 individuals passed away in less than 2 weeks from Fagon. It's very heavy on him. You guys been asking for Fagon. He's out. And I hope that tomorrow we can have the chance that Liberian people can come around and help Fagon, because this thing is on his shoulder. This is very serious, Stephen. It is on his shoulder. Fagon lost 2 individuals, a best friend and a relative. Fagon, I don't know, have our sympathy. We should say, yes, we're in this, together. And everything we can, we'll stand by you. Fagon was at the funeral home today. Yesterday he was there. It's a long story, folks. Reach out to Fagon again and just share your thoughts. Fagon, open it, I said to you, man. Have our sympathy. Sorry.
Fagon, heartfelt condolences. I pray you take solace in the Lord, and may God give you the strength to carry on. Dealing with death can be a very challenging thing for anybody, and I understand exactly what you go through to deal with the issue of that. I pray that God will give you the strength to carry on.
And tomorrow we'll be signing a sympathy card for Fagon on the show. We'll pull up the number, we'll pull up the card. If you contribute, that will be your signature. He cannot bear this thing alone. Everything is on him. I know. Trust me. Not because he hanging on and acting that is serious. It's on him. We want to say thank you.
Fagon. Stay strong, man. You've seen the worst, my man. But my sympathy as well, man. Let me join the.
Yeah, and sometimes the reason why we don't put names up or pictures,
But
because
I'll give you a number to call. I'll
the
give you a
job we
number
do,
to call.
some people will not
I
even
may get answer a
hesitate.
phone call.
Stevie,
No, you can answer my phone
I just
call.
told you when it comes to Fatima. Oh no, not Fatima.
I said
Pinky.
you ever say I'm going to stay back. When I call you, get answer.
Okay, call me now and see if I will not answer. Call me.
There's something making Fagon a bit jealous that you're talking about Fatima. Let me tell you why Fagon jealous, all right? Fatima went on her vacation. She came back. She just stepped up. Okay, let me let it go. Yeah, let me let it go. Syria, listen to you. Let me let it go.
Y'all leave the lady name, man. She's not here.
I'll see you tomorrow.
You want to run your speed? Who? Nah. Come on, let me go. I'll leave the lady, man.
My man, I know that lady. I've known Fatu for ages.
Fatu is on way to La Broche, leaving on Friday.
Long before you guys.
Yeah, Syria, are you going for the inauguration?
Yes.
Where you leaving?
Oh
no,
you
you
know
still
I
got
got
time, right?
my departure.
Yeah, but you still got time.
You still got more time. I'll let you know off the record.
Yeah,
Fatu and
you
I
guys
got
know
30
each other.
years of friendship.
Colonel Gray, you say you leaving too for the inauguration?
I don't know if I'll be gone, man.
Okay. All right. But guys, great show, man. Thanks to all. I see you guys tomorrow.
Nothing. See you, bro.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, gentlemen, later.
Okay.
Necessary. Let's go, Pastor.
Yes,
Let's go,
sir.
Pastor Raymond.
Are you sleeping?
No, I'm not sleeping.
I know, man.
Yeah, let's go.
I got a
Raymond.
conversation to hold with my pastor. Later, man.
All right, boss.
Okay,
Thank you
sir.
very much. I just want to call Pastor Raymond to do the benediction real quick, Nelson. Then I know your show time is on. I try my best to respect your time. It started at 8 o'clock, right? Yeah, we're adjusting. Who you got today?
So we thought to bring Charles Brown.
Oh, you're bringing Charles Brown. That would be interesting.
Yeah.
That would be so much interesting. I will follow through. If you want me, send me the link. I will join. If not, I'll leave you alone. Because I know you'll say, if I can, I trouble. Pastor Raymond, thank you. Thank you for joining us, Pastor Raymond. We close it now.
Nelson, how you doing, my brother?
All is well, Pastor Raymond.
Nelson, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, sir.
Nelson, you know Stanton Witherspoon has beat him up. He talking about scoring 2 goals in less
But
than
the guy
5
will not
minutes.
do a benediction.
2 goals in less than 5 minutes. Let me explain to you, senior player. Go ask about me. 5 street.
Wheezy.
I scored 3 goals in less than 2.5 minutes. JJ Roberts in the same.
They call it hat trick.
They put them play free time ball, man. But I went to my free time ball. Let's go ahead.
Free time ball at that 5th grade against 9th grade. And every goal I scored Nelson, I received 10 cents.
Oh.
And I made 30 cents in less than 2.5 minutes. They may talk about his goal, 2 goals in 5 minutes. I mean, you got to talk to us about man.
I thought you said you scored 6 goals.
No, I didn't say 6. I said I scored 3 goals. I made 30 cents. That's how I was able to go to Alfred to go buy my meatball sandwich.
Okay.
Already done. That's the point about me.
You
But anyway,
30 cents. Can I get you meatball sandwich from Alfred? But go ahead.
30 cents, 1987. You're not in that bread.
Thank you.
So Pastor Raymond, that normal day go to school.
Mommy, you know how it is at school go insane? Wait, no shoe on your phone.
Pastor Roma, we gotta go. Can you do our benediction, please?
Oh, when you're talking,
you don't want to get into politics, so we just keep you for benediction. Then you can't get in politics again.
This is not politics.
Then when we open and say you supported Joe, we are then you get vexed. You laugh again. I always tell you, leave it here alone. Yeah, all your generation, your man, Tita, your wife, all of your supported Joe, we are. Then you get vexed.
I want Joe, I will take you to come for inauguration for no problem. Anyway, Nelson, Stanton, Liberia, may God bless our body of politics in our great nation that we call home. Where there is confusion, may God give us clarity. Where there is strife, may God rule sovereign. Where there is unruliness, may God give us understanding. And now, let's bless God tonight. And through blessing God, we are blessed. Now unto him that is able to keep you from falling and to present you faultless before the presence of his glory with exceeding joy. To the only wise God, our Savior, be glory and majesty, dominion and power, both now and forever. Amen. 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 Nelson, 3 goals Sawyer. Why they call me 3 goals Sawyer?
Thank you very much, Pastor Rima Collison. Again, I will regard to your family, your beautiful wife, Janetta Collison, Cody, and your beautiful children.
You spoiling that, y'all.
Your beautiful kids.
My man, what team? What are you giving my team now?
Janelle, Rhea, and and I know Janelle, Rhea, and somebody else. I want to say thank you.
They start with O.
Olivia.
Olivia.
You know, she go halfway through the school. We go today was day number 3.
Today was day number 3. But
the first day they gave her correction, I had to go to school. The last 2 days now, she can't get up.
Yo, Isa, and my begin says now you ain't go to school today. Leave out the make cry, he won't go. But I blame him 1 year old. Why you say the beginning of 5 days of school 1 year old? 1 year old. Yeah, 1 year old. No, man, let begin stay one. And I supported him though. I supported him. I said they should leave him alone. And I asked him that I'm asking them to reduce it to 3 days, not 5 days. 5 days too long for a 1 year old. You go 9 o'clock and you from 9 to 5. What kind of thing is that? No, it's too much. My man, the people will stay
so
home.
much into the politics, not taking care of labor.
My man, I'm a grandfather. The people will stay home. We're not negotiate. You do 3 days, not 5 days. That 5 day thing will not work.
Nelson, please ask your brother and friend. I want my $500.
So we're not discussing money yet because nobody owe you. So
I want my $500.
Pastor Raymond,
this paper, I will come to that house.
Pastor Raymond, have a good night. Have a good night. All regards to the family. Let's not even say nothing to the guy. That the guy.
Well, that Nelson thought that I come and call Nelson for the midnight show.
Pastor Raymond, we gotta go.
You go, me and Nelson stay. You go.
Thank you very much. Good night. I didn't mess I'm gonna go, but I'm my phone here on, right? So if I go,
so you carry your phone.
The best I'm gonna go. I'm my phone here on. I'm gonna go. So I go now. So thank you, Pastor. I go. But that's it. What I see that people about Trickle.
Yeah, Trickle is
He helping you tonight with the late night.
Yeah, Chokon is here.
Or he gonna help you with your late night politics? You're gonna know that he's tired.
The man was sleeping
Look at
I
profusely.
that.
did resting as well.
You are resting your eye. But listen, man, I want to say thanks to you. You guys doing extremely well. I'm happy that Madam Titi is back. I want to say thanks to all of our many followers. Please remember our brother Fagom as we come to sign in his sympathy card tomorrow. We ask you to please join us. Let's do that together. I also want to say it's a beautiful day, a wonderful day. All is well, and we appreciate every one of you for your support of the network, support of everything. Um, I want to send a shout out, a birthday shout out. Oh, today something strange happened. Guess what happened? I spoke to Kev Hassan today.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
somebody tricked me. Acid though, I was talking to Acid though, and he added Kev unknown to me. And then I said, Acid though, why you did that? Then I heard Kev start saying, "Oh my man, today is my birthday." So I just told Kev, I said, Kev, you apart from politics, you wrong. You shouldn't have said what you said concerning us, and 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 he said, "Oh my man, today is my birthday. You don't wish me happy birthday." I say, "Happy birthday. It won't be no problem. Happy birthday to you, Kev." But again, to Acid, do I said, "Oh man, I have to leave because he put Kev on the phone. If I really to talk to Kev, I will talk to Kev, And I say I have to leave, and I left. I left the phone call. So it is important to know that we all went through politics. I have no ill will against them. But there's time and season for everything. And when the time reaches, then the Liberian people will. The Liberian people know. The last thing I told Kev, I say, at the end of the day, we beat you and your president, and I hope you feel better. And then I left. I really wanted to say that, and I say, you know what, we beat you and your president, and I hope you feel better. Then he was talking, I left. So, but this is it. Another person actually surprised me in the seminar. Happy New Year day to me on my cell phone, and I wish them well. Someone too that we had some conflicting exchange during the election, and I want to say to everybody, I'm here. I mean, nothing spoiled. We're gonna talk one day, but except we realize to accept our responsibility and our fault, like I told Kev Hassan. You got to man up. You made a mistake, apologize. And it is what it is. I'm not
Yeah.
saying that we're going to hang out, but we are human beings, man. We cannot hit one another. We cannot say, no, I'm not going to do this. I will cut off speech. No. Only a dead man cut off speech. Yeah, you
Yeah.
got to just be very careful, say hi, but, always be very, very careful. I want to send a birthday treat to Godfrey Delaney. Godfrey's birthday will be on the 14th, and I think that will be on Sunday. This is from his mother and father, the Delaney, his sibling, Gawain and Georgia. Again, Godfrey, whatever you are, we want to say happy, happy, happy pre-birthday to you. Your birthday is your 20th birthday. You will be celebrating your birthday on Sunday, January 14th. This is for your mom, though, and your dad, the Delaney, your brother Going and your sister Georgia. They're wishing you well, and they say, may God bless you, may God comfort you. They can't wait as you celebrate the birthday. Folks, again,
See, we have one birthday here, one birthday greeting here as well. Um, to Jonathan Myers Sancho Pinta of Stafford, Connecticut. He's celebrating his 21st birthday today, and his mom, G. Precious Sancho, is saying happy birthday to him, and they're wishing him all the best as he celebrates his birthday today. Okay, I think that's his photo there. That's Jonathan Myers Sancho Bentha. Today is his birthday. Happy birthday to him. It's from his mom, G. Precious Sancho's. They're wishing him all the best.
all right. I don't understand your message. You want me to send a shout out to you, but I'm sorry, I don't understand what you said. I also want to say to every one of you, it is why it is. Have a good night. Again, who's this? Josh Wheeler?
Josh said Chokon is sleeping.
Yeah, Josh is right. Chukon is sleeping, Josh. But he coming on your late night show. He wanna be part of the Hurricane chance. Chukon the guy that can play on that show. We're just telling you right now. I hope
Tired,
you're
man,
strong.
that's down on me.
You go on that show, the guy that will dare you. You know what I know? Just fall back. Go to the fall back position and talk to Baron Baron. They will dare you.
Baron.
All right, man. Your do your show is 8:30. Bye. Have a good night.
Okay, then. See you. Bye bye. Yeah, and again, folks, that's how I would like to draw down the curtains on this edition of the program. Many thanks to all of you out there for making your contribution on the program tonight. Thanks to all of you who called in. Thanks to those of you who just played the listening role. Thanks to those of you who watch the show, whether via our YouTube handle, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, Super TV on Facebook, YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, all the other radio stations that are always relaying this program. We appreciate you. Punch FM has been relaying. Premium FM in Bond County have been relaying as well, and Trust FM in Bombing County. Thanks to all of you. They will come your way again. Have a good night. Of course, Spoon Talk will be back on your radio today. Yeah, I say today because we already in the next day here in Liberia. It's 1:30 a.m. So Spoon Talk will be back on your radio today. Until then, have a good night, and let's remember, Liberia is all we have, so let's keep the peace. Bye bye.